There we go. We are live.
What the buck is up, every pony?
Hello.
Hello.
Well, exciting times on the end times. Well, if you enjoy your politics anyway. But there's been definitely a lot been going on. A lot of scheming and discussions and yes, well, quite a lot of interesting things that we will see how they develop. Hopefully over today's session. Now, I believe after last night's interesting meeting at the Nightmares Temple, a few individuals ended up having some vivid dreams to try and plan to meet up to interpret these dreams.
Yeah, so Milk Thistle, he gets up early. He takes the time to do his daily preparations, and he's thinking about the dream that he had. And as he begins walking out of the cloister rooms, he sits there and waits because he's eager to speak with Burned.
Alright, so Burned will be. He's gotten used to getting up like early due to training and exercising and whatnot. So he is gonna get up and get dressed in his armor and all geared up. He's gonna exit his room and look around for Milk Thistle. The dream he had is still on his mind, and he's sort of like trying to figure it out in his head.
And Milk Thistle will be just outside the cloistered areas in the first common room, and you see him preparing some breakfast tea.
Milk Thistle, good morning. I take it you slept well?
Good morning. No, I did not sleep well at all.
Oh,
I trust you didn't either.
uh, I don't know. It was a odd sleep, so to say. He's gonna approach and sit down at the table. Just the chair, the stool underneath him, sort of like bends down a bit due to all the armor and whatnot that he has on.
The timing is impeccable. And Milk Thistle brings you a saucer and a cup and pours you a hot brew of breakfast tea.
Thank you very much, and indeed. So, tell me, what did you dream? I'm curious.
He takes a sip of his tea. There were a lot of images flashing around. Ponies shouting, yelling, faces of monsters coming up from the shadows and then immediately receding. Things that weren't too vivid or important, but I do recall sitting with a childhood friend of mine. We were playing a board game, and before we could finish the game, the dream ends.
He, Bird gives a nod as he takes a sip from his tea as well, and he simply blinks a bit. That's certainly something. Certainly something indeed. I know in mine, I was heavily armored, standing on a huge black cube that was suspended above the ocean. I recall jumping from one cube to the next with no particular goal in mind, and it just ended. Like,
Yours was,
I wish I.
yours was more never-ending cubes that you just seem to move between.
Just seems like there kept popping up these cubes more and more as I went.
Let us explore these dreams. And Milk will pull out his profane text of nightmares and dreams.
Bear with me, I need to go and get my profane text of nightmares and dreams. I thought I had it nearby, but apparently I don't.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to make a blind roll for interpret dreams.
Wait, is that like an actual book that they sell?
Yeah, you can go into a lot of bookstores where they have new age sections and things like that, and there's plenty of stuff on dreams and nightmares specifically. I got a book last year called Nightmares: The Dark Side of Dreams and Dreaming by Stace Michaels, and the overall tone of this book is nightmares are your own mind, your subconscious trying to warn you about things that are wrong in your life, and uses a lot of symbology to get you to correct them. And so there's a lot of common recurring dreams that people have that they'll bring to their therapists and to their pastors and their priests and whatnot. And oftentimes the dreams are never literal. Every once in a while they will be, and it's like an exact image that is vividly clear. But most of the time, it's your own mind not able to process what's going on in your own life, and so your brain does what it can to associate. Um, those things that are wrong within you into visuals that you do understand. So it's kind of tricky to figure it out, but that's basically what the Book of Nightmares is about.
Alright,
That's honestly pretty cool.
I have arrived. So whose dream are you interpreting?
I will interpret Burns first because that's the polite thing to do.
Okay, with your interpretations, what key aspects are you focusing on within his dream that you are trying to interpret? What are the key points?
So the cubes were obviously a prominent physical representation of something. So what the meaning of the cubes are and why they are endless while he wanders.
All right, so um, you know that dreaming of cubes. To dream of cubes means your ideas need to be expanded.
Okay. And by walking through by walking endlessly without direction, is that when, pretty straightforward?
Uh, you at well, you get a the you can obviously as your own personal self you can pull any of your own personal interpretations from dreams. But when you look at a book, if you're high enough, I will give you something. So okay, we'll see if we can get walking aimlessly because I'm pretty sure that is something. I can't remember my alphabet. Oh no, here we go. Uh, so, you would interpret his. Um, you've got two ways of interpreting this, Burnt. You can either interpret that he was walking somewhere pleasant, or he was walking more of a pleasant place, or if he was walking more of a unpleasant. Or you might interpret it that he was more wandering rather than walking. And you have a lot more freedom than you normally do because you've actually rolled quite well. So, or no, not one, no, not wading. All right, here we go. So, um, you interpret to where your dreams where you're walking through or have a path to follow. Um, dependent. So, if it's through rough or basically barbs or entangled paths, indicate that you will be much distressed over your own businesses. Um, your own business completions and disagreeable misunderstandings will produce coldness and indifference.
So, with the fact that it's the ocean, I'm guessing that that's how wavy was the ocean? Was it calm or
Um,
was it like really rough?
no, you don't remember that the ocean was rough or anything like that. You just know it was more of an endless body of water which you interpreted as the ocean.
Hmm. All right.
All right.
Ocean in dreams do have a meaning as well. I mean,
Do I
everything
need to,
everything kind of has a meaning in a dream.
do I need to roll again for the
No, no,
ocean?
no. This you roll once for one person's dream, and then you can sort of interpret it. Either fully depending on how much you've done with the roll.
And hello, Evie.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
welcome.
We
So,
just we just got started. We're interpreting dreams.
yes.
yep, and I forgot about daylight savings.
Ah,
So, dreams of being far out in the ocean and hearing the waves forebodes problems in business life and quarrels and quarrels. Sorry, arguments. And stormy periods in the household.
All right. So we got the cubes, the wandering, and the ocean. Those were the three prominent parts of the dream.
Hmm.
Okay. Now I went ahead and typed this down. It might seem a bit jumbled, but that's because I was, writing just unfiltered thoughts down to keep up.
No, it's fine.
Burn, do you read Infernal?
Uh, I believe I do. Let me check.
Don't you know
Languages.
it?
Yes, I have it.
Oh, you do.
Okay. So Milk Thistle, going through his book and writing this down, uh, shows it to you. And then he says, the dream of you being on cubes represents ideas that need to be expanded. The nightmare has placed this imagery in your mind to let you know that you're thinking too small. You have taken part of a grand reawakening and bringing the Chaos Knights back to the forefront because, as prophecy has stated, they will return when they are needed most. And no doubt they are needed now.
This is true.
By walking aimlessly and wandering, you're walking to some place private, whether it be pleasant or unpleasant. It was not through a rough or tangled path, so it does not mean you'll be distressed over your business with disagreeable misunderstandings. That does not mean that those disagreements will come up because whenever you have ambitions, they will always conflict with someone else who has opposing viewpoints. But within yourself, in this private walk, you need a place where you can be alone to grow.
Fair enough.
And the ocean itself, while calm, represents foreboding problems in business and quarrels and stormy periods in households. Perhaps you should speak to your father, since he is your closest family. See if there are any underlying issues perhaps he has not brought to your attention.
This is true. It wouldn't hurt to talk to him. Thank you.
Of
Yeah.
course.
He's gonna continue sipping his tea as he enjoys his time and company with Milk Thistle.
I'm gonna roll for Milk Thistle's dream now.
Okie dokie. Alright.
And I'm gonna copy that interpretation and put it into notes in our
Yeah, that's fine.
campaigns.
So what aspects of your dream are you kind of focusing on?
So with Milk's dream, playing a board game with a childhood friend, and then the dream ends before the game is finished. Um, the board game, what kind of game was it? Uh, the childhood friend, because that's a very strange thing for Milk Thistle. He was taken away as a child, and to his recollection, he does not have memory of any friends, because the way he was, brought up in the mountains to be the conduit for the demon that he was being groomed for.
Yes. So with that one, you're quite certain you feel it was a childhood friend, and they were a child sat in front of you, but they were very faceless. You couldn't pick out their features, but that was the feeling you got about that individual.
Okay, so the childhood friend was faceless, so they were not an actual literal friend.
Well,
And
you felt them as a childhood friend. That was their feeling to you, but because you couldn't give them a face, so they didn't have one.
so let's start there. What's the representation of the childhood friend? With the childhood friend, the board game, and then us not being able to finish. Those would be the three things Milk would interpret.
Okay, so wouldn't come under that. It would probably be under F.
Oh, Vern, would you copy paste your dream into the notes?
Yeah, one moment.
Got that still. Um, oh God, I am forgetting my alphabet. Friend. Might spell friend right. No, it's an R, Matt, and R is a lot further down in the alphabet than you are remembering.
Oh, you already did it. No.
No, he hasn't done
Uh,
your.
that was the interpretation. I actually wanted your dream
Oh.
message that built into it.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I'm like, duh.
So what I'll do is
I got it.
yeah.
Yeah, it just feels like today's a duh day for me.
The way you kind of interpret it, it sort of leads into the fact that you couldn't finish the game. And it seems to talk with the combination of those two. It talks your departed from someone who has wronged you, um, uh, or you will have differences with a close friend.
Parted from someone who's wrongly. And what was the second part about the close friend?
You will have differences with a close friend. Kind of those sort of two kind of mix in with the fact that the game ended early. You then want to know about the game. So am I. either going to take that interpretation of it or not, depending on if there is a slightly different one. Oh, too many pages. Okay, what will be that interpretation? Train.
Train.
Yep. Train.
Watch out, the train's gonna run you over.
So,
I,
the issue with your dream is there's a piece missing because it ended before you finished. You do not know if you win or lose, and there are different interpretations depending if you win or lose. Should you be losing, it points towards a worrisome from small-minded sources will ensue. But if you were winning or won, expect to triumphant over negative influences. There is also other interpretations of playing games, which is could represent stagnation in business, dull companions, or poor health.
go away. Steam notifications. I don't care who's playing Smite. Okay, so games can. One more time, if you please. Still, games can represent.
Games can also represent stagnation in business, dull companions, or poor health.
Okay. Stagnation in business. I don't believe so. I've been very active in what I'm working towards, and a lot of changes have been made. Dull companions, certainly not. No, we are anything but dull. Or poor health. Milk Thistle's getting a bit older, but he doesn't feel in poor health. Not that he's aware of.
Yeah.
But the fact that the game was left without determining who won or who lost means that nothing has been decided yet, which means I can still influence the game. But this is to keep my mind sharp so I don't become stagnant and let my efforts slip through my fingers. So, Burn, you hear Milk Thistle speaking aloud as he writes these down to you. All right. Were there any other details, GM, or is that what I get?
Unless there's any other aspects of the dream you want to focus on?
Uh, there weren't any other details offered to me beyond that, so I think that's everything.
No?
Okay.
You doing okay there, Milk Thistle?
My game with my childhood friend never ended.
That is quite, I suppose that could be quite troublesome.
It would mean that I've departed from someone who's wronged me or that I've had differences with a close friend. The obvious conclusion to that would be Nightshine departing from us. I do not know where he is or what he intends to do in the future. I certainly cannot remove him as a game piece. Who knows what he will be doing in our absence?
Well, honestly, I can't really say that I know anything about his whereabouts, because, let's face it, I don't. If I did, I would gladly help you. maybe give him time to see if he's gonna pop up, because there are some people out there that do tend to pop up out of the woodworks from time to time.
I should keep my mind sharp in anticipation of his return. Yeah, so much of my dream is left open because nothing was finished in the game. It just ended abruptly.
Hmm. Much like his abrupt departure.
If I were winning the game, if I had won, that would mean my efforts are coming to fruition. Had I lost, it would mean that I'm being triumphed over by negative influences. But none of those things have happened yet. We need to stay the course.
Exactly. And I've been thinking, you know how we found out about the Tarask, right?
You mentioned that beast.
Technically, it's the humans' problems, is it not? Considering it's over on their end of the borders.
Potentially. But best it stays sealed up.
Yes, quite true. At least until we're able to find a way to properly... What's the right word and how should I put this? Put it back to sleep, I guess?
Is that possible?
I do not know if it is or not. This is just... this is just me tossing out thoughts here. But if it were possible, you would have to have some pretty strong magic to do that, or maybe a relic of some sort.
I am curious.
Pathfinder Tarask.
What kind of dreams does Alexandrite have?
Tarask.
I'm curious as well, but he'll never accept the drink.
It would not be permitted to him. The ceremony you have partaken in is only for the inner circle of the nightmare.
True.
You've proven yourself worthy and trustworthy of it. But still, it is curious.
Also, Burnt, do you have knowledge arcana?
Let me check. I don't think I do. Let me double check. Oh, I actually have a point in it. A single point.
Then you can attempt to actually try and know stuff about the Tarask.
Alright. I think that was the right one.
You know nothing.
It's like... Yeah, that was just him, like, extrapolating and mostly thinking.
So the only thing you know is because the name Tarask is quite legendary. You know that the Tarask is legendary among the world's most destructive monsters. You do know that they spend most of the time sleeping. Though when they awake, they are known as unstoppable, world-destroying creatures. That is the most you know.
So basically the humans will have to deal with Godzilla then. Okay.
It will go where it wants. And I use the word world-destroying, not country-destroying or continent-destroying, world-destroying.
Do you think we should... It's a legendary beast. I don't think that once it wakes up, it will be stoppable. What do you suggest that we do, or should we just not say anything?
I think the fewer people who know of that creature's awareness, the less likely it is to be revealed to the world at large. If our enemy, the Stag Lord, were to find out about it, he would probably scheme to use it against us. The creature of that magnitude could certainly destroy everything as he has proposed to do.
Indeed, it could. He he slowly finishes off the last of his tea and sets the cup on the saucer. Thank you for the tea, Milk Thistle. It was very good. Uh, is there anything that you would like assistance with? Because I was thinking about the the knowledge of the doomsayers that we have. Do you have any spells that would be able to help us identify them?
As a matter of fact, I do. I prepared it today, in fact.
Oh,
I say as I quickly swap out my spells on my spell list. As these were prepared for yesterday, and I didn't use them all, but that's okay. All
he, he says that he's like, oh, I've had this spell prepared all along.
So, as usual, the first thing Milk Thistle will cast today, it does not have to be blind, I can make that public.
Yep.
He will cast Fastidiousness upon himself, so he stays clean
And dry.
and dry. That's the important part. So if I have to go through monster poop again to find the gold that was left behind, I can stay clean, but that's okay. Next, the ears of the city. Okay, so Milk Thistle is going to, let me make sure I got everything. A small piece of brick, that's simple enough, there's no cost to it. And my divine focus. So Milk Thistle will pull out his profane symbol of the nightmare, and while sitting at the table, he will cast Ears of the City. So recap GM, this basically allows me to use my perception check instead of a diplomacy check to gather information. So what Milk Thistle is going to pay attention for are those who are hearing messages of dissent to, to keep the populace shaken, to keep them afraid instead of prepared. People who are, working against the inner workings of the city, and he's going to try to listen to the whispers as far back as he can to where they are originating from.
In the mind each round, or duration of the spell, the target can attempt a diplomacy check to gather information as though local people. Okay, so you receive like visions and it creates a narrative. Okay. So with this, you can't identify anyone clearly, but you get the sense that there's multiple individuals. Each seem to be dressed differently from each other. Like, if you saw them meet up in a tavern, you wouldn't expect them to be in a group. They almost like they're from like completely different backgrounds, type of thing. Some more subtle than others, but you picture each of them in crowds of people, obviously calling over the crowds. This seems to be different areas of the city. As far as you can tell, you can pick out areas where it's a bit more run down. So that must be the poorer districts. There's definitely somebody who's a bit more dressed for certain areas, who seems to be in the more higher sort of value places. Not the noble district. There's a clear divide that nothing you're seeing is within the noble district, but it's still all within sort of different wealth groups of the populace spread out. You get the sense that some of the people listening walk away. Others seem to listen intently. Others will grab possibly a loved one and hold them close. You get flashes of words, and the words that you get are very similar to that that what's her name spoke.
Shisha.
Yes, Shisha spoke, and almost given the same sort of story of um, when when he comes for you, if you lay down your arms and go willingly, you can pick one person to survive. Um, so prepare yourselves and choose the person you wish to obviously to be spared. Though if you fight or bring up arms, you will not be spared, and you will not be given the choice to choose someone to survive. That type of and and they seem to indicate even in death, not even the gods can save you. This will be your only opportunity when the end comes. And they seem to, once they've done their speech, they seem to sort of move on relatively quickly. They don't stay around to talk to people or have long conversations. As quickly as they arrive, they seem to vanish. But you also get snippets of people will who almost band together, um, deciding what they might do. Those who obviously brush off and yeah, it's a crazy pony, but those who almost take it to heart, who will speak to others and spread the same message. So helping the doomsayers spread their word. You can get a sense that it's small but growing. Um, yeah, that will be what you get, sort of initially.
Okay. Big wall of text incoming.
Mm-hmm.
So, Burn, as soon as the spell is cast, you see that Milk Thistle's eyes completely gloss over, and as the spell is working, there's whispers on the ear that on the air that you can barely pick up, and Milk Thistle almost seems to speak them, but it's only a few words at a time, and then he goes silent, and another sentence starts to be spoken, but it's cut off shortly, and it almost sounds as though two different voices are coming from his mouth. But when the spell ends, everything goes still and quiet, and he looks to you. The Doomsayers are indeed real. They are not part of this city. I don't believe so, because they appear, spread their message, the same one that Shisha gave, about how when he comes, you have the ability to make a choice to save one loved one. And if you lay down your arms, you'll be allowed to make that choice and survive. But if you fight, you will not be given the choice, and even the gods will not be able to save you. These doomsayers appear, spread their message, and then fade away as if they were never there at all. They don't linger. And the populace, many of them are brushing it off as the message of some crazy pony, but there are many who are taking it to heart, discussing among themselves what choice they would make. It is in every district, every class of people here, the poor, the rich, even the nobles are afflicted by this, and it is growing.
So, at this, Milk Thistle can just see that Burned is getting more and more pissed off just by the fact that these outsiders are managing to actually successfully spread the message, and he brings one of his he brings his right forehoof down onto the table really roughly to the side to where it's not going to break anything. And his teeth are able to be seen as he grits them. And he's like, I am getting so sick and tired of our people being fucked with. We might need to send the Inquisitors out. They're probably the best chance at dealing with this.
What do you intend to do, Lictor?
When we find them, we find their holdings, kick in their doors, and take them all in manacles. Set them up in the park or someplace where they'll be noticed. And this is after interrogations, mind you. Once we get what we need out of all of them, public execution. We're gonna show everyone what's gonna happen to our enemies when we're through with them. Make an example of them.
I advise caution as you pursue this. Your zeal and dedication is admirable, but remember, our citizens are the victims here. They are afraid. They do not have the right kind of fear. They don't have the fear of the authority because we offer them protection and guidance. They fear the unknown. They fear death and destruction instead of knowledge and security. I do not believe it is our citizens within these walls who are spreading these messages. The doomsayers themselves appear and then just fade away. I don't know if they're sulking through the crowds and, walking among us, or if they're teleporting in and out. We do not know the full extent of this demon's power.
So what we need to do then, we need to reassure the populace that there's not going to be any truth to their messages. They're all just lies and slander. He very slowly calms down. There's still a hint of the anger, of the rage within his eyes, like way to the back as he tries to reel it in. What we need to do, we need to reassure them. We need to remind them that we're here to protect them, to keep them safe. That no one is going to hurt them.
Perhaps evangelists could be sent out among the people, particularly the poor, since they are the most populous and the most likely to feel insecure of the future. We need to send a counter message, as you say, but we also need to identify these doomsayers, whomever they may be. In the midst of the whispers, I did not see any faces, so I do not know, even amongst the citizenry, who are spreading these messages. But I do know it is taking place in every district among the poor and the wealthy.
Do we still have access to Lightning Streak's her thieves and whatnot? Maybe we could hire them out.
You do know where to locate them, but last we saw them, they had been completely raided and dismantled. Many of them have died.
And the only one that would know of their current new location is Lightning herself.
Yeah, she did start up a thieves guild. She hasn't really. Well, she's been travelling with you, so you've not really heard too much what's going on with that.
Yeah, and in order to do that, we would have to talk to her.
Out of character, can she operate as an NPC?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. She did. There are things she put together. Obviously, there are still things in motion to do with her background, or her actions when she was a player. So, so they will still be playing a part. I believe, she will be on the ship, as that's probably the one place she definitely feels safe.
I have a request of you, Burned. Seek out Alexandrite. Request him to go with you to speak to Lightning on this matter. We'll need her resources.
Yes, quite so. Bird starts to get up, and as he heads to the door, he's gonna stop for a brief moment. Milk Thistle, do you know if Alpha Midnight Vision has any jobs they wishes us to do in my hometown, my home city,
What is your home city?
Briston Lux? I've been thinking about going back there. It's about high time I go and visit my parents' graves and check in on a couple things. I figured we could always ask around and see if you needed anything done while we're there. Anyone to talk to or whatnot.
Milk Thistle pulls out a map, and he sees the location of Briston Lux. Milk Thistle says, "The High Priest has given me no direction to go to this place. Although there is a private meeting amongst the council, I intended to make a request that we go to Clovenheim, the city of my people, and bring them into the Empire, or into the kingdom. Out of character, I want to use the term kingdom instead of empire because we're focusing on, our people, the Fae.
Yeah.
Go away, train. Fuck off."
No, that's fine.
The
I
train
mean,
goes choo choo, mofo.
because you're technically, well, it's more building a kingdom than an empire at this point, I would say.
Yeah, empires would imply that we're going into, other people's ancestral territory and cultures and bringing them into our fold. So I think kingdom is the better term.
Yeah. Yeah, it worked originally because obviously all the tribes were broken up, so it was like bringing all the tribes together. So empire makes sense. Everyone's kind of see each other as fae rather than ponies rather than their tribes. So kingdom makes sense currently.
Yeah. Well, it would be a good idea. And I suppose later tonight I could ask Alpha Midnight Vision if he has anything he wishes looked into over in Briston Lux.
Anything to carry the influence of the nightmare to the broader public would be beneficial to everyone. I must prepare for the council meeting. I anticipate I will be alone, but intuition tells me I might not be. We will see.
Of course, I'll speak with Alexandrite later on because it is pretty early and I have my own things to do. God, set my men through a bunch of even tougher training exercises now.
Then I will bid you good day. Farewell, Lictor.
Farewell, Milk Thistle, and Burn will head out to gather his men and take them to the park.
They will be meeting you at the park anyway, as it's easier for you to set a meeting point rather than walk around looking for people.
Roger.
And Milk Thistle will seek out Metal Banana. I believe she's staying at Opal's Tavern.
Yes, you were staying at a tavern, weren't you, to not draw attention?
Yeah. I was staying at a tavern.
Yeah, they didn't stay at Opal's. They went for a more independent one, as they are not aware of your connection with Opal's Tavern.
Okay.
So you would go to Opal's Tavern and would not find them there.
Honestly, I just went to to a tavern that Wishful Pants suggested. So
yes, he's gone to a more. Oh, she's gone up to a more upmarket one.
Well, I suppose Milk Thistle will be. Well, upon failing to find Metal Banana at Opal's Tavern, there's only a few hours left before the meeting, so Milk Thistle will keep his hood up and walk through the town, listening carefully. He's going to listen for whispers, not intervening, but listening to find out who is talking about the message from Shisha. He'll take mention of who they are and where they are.
Where are you going? What areas are you walking in?
Let's see. Milk Thistle, starting from Opal's Tavern, he will go down this main road right here, between these houses, over towards the poor district, up, and then start making his way through the banking area until it's time to go to the noble district.
Okay. So kind of like mostly sticking to the main roads, but occasionally going off.
Yes.
All right. Roll me a D100 then.
Blind.
All right. As you travel around, other than the normal hustle and bustle of morning activities when it comes to a large settlement like this, you don't really notice anything out of the ordinary, nothing that catches your ear to be anything sinister. You do pass nearby a number of houses that are in bad state and disrepair and probably unoccupied, but otherwise, as you travel round, you do not come across anything.
Nothing.
Or no whispers. There's lots going on in the city, but there's nothing for what you're keeping your ear out for.
Okay. It is starting out small, so I guess that's a good sign, even for the time being.
Yeah.
It at least tells you you've not hearing them on the main roads.
Oh, there is one other thing. So Milk Thistle would want to get a checkup. So could I roll a heal check on myself, or would I need a secondary opinion?
You can do a heal check on yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you have? Are you looking for poison? Looking for disease? Because technically you have to do separate rolls for each.
We'll start with disease first.
So you just got to look at yourself over or
Yeah. Check for like physical ailments. Is anything swollen? Is that not supposed to be there, etc.
Alright, let me check some additional notes on something.
Is in my dream interpretation, one of the things symbolized poor health. Oh yeah, games can represent stagnation in business, dull companions, or poor health.
You do not believe that you are suffering from any type of disease, or you do not have any marks on you that would tell you that.
Okay. Well, with that done, Milk Thistle would make his way to the council meeting.
Alright. Bern, I believe you are basically looking at training your troops, or basically doing
Yeah.
some more drill stuff.
More drill stuff. Like he's pushing them through like to the breaking point.
Okay, so working. I got what you're doing. All right.
Mhm.
So let's go to Metal Banana then at the moment. Metal Banana, you were staying in a tavern out of the way. You do have a clerical cloak over you to help disguise yourself. It is a Princess Luminance cloak. You are aware that Wishful Pen is planning to go to the Luminance Library this morning, which is the big circular building over there.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll go and visit her.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Now, I had a feeling you mentioned that you wanted to also go there and look for things, so she will probably wait for you outside for
yeah.
a short time, which you kind of stand.
Also, like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Quick question. Have you already moved the coins for the letter, or should I do that myself?
That would be for you to do.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that very quick. You can like continue while I'm doing this.
That's fine. All right. So she'll greet you happily, and she does say to you, "Go, oh, I've got a better understanding on that creature that hurt that aged Alexandrite. A few books in here, and I might even be able to find a way to help him. What are you planning to come and look for in the library?"
Just, just honestly something to pass pass the time, or if you have any books that can help me keep me up to speed with your groups. Um, what to call it?
Quest,
The
mission,
adventurer's log.
quest, mission.
Um, your group's situation. She mentions the what happened back at the temple cave, was it?
Where you were found, basically.
Basically,
She goes.
that's just basically keep me up to speed for what the party has been going through that I'm not informed.
She looks back at the library. And the library's got lots of books, but I mean, we there definitely won't be any books in there about us. Um, you
I figured.
you'll have to speak to everybody a bit more directly. I mean, I can tell you what went on in the well, I can at least tell you what happened when we were there before we found you, um, but anything before that, I've mostly been like doing other things. I mean, I do plan to try and see if I can find any more information about anything that we discovered there, but it's likely the library probably won't have too much, as everything from the ruminant period or about the ruminant is, well, very unknown. They only started finding their relics close to when the empire collapsed, and obviously when that happened, not many people were paying money for ponies to go and dig up ancient cities to bring back to study.
If you want, I could like assist you find this type of information.
Oh, I wouldn't mind an assistant. We are going to be looking up that creature that injured Alexandrite. Do you have knowledge planes?
Let me check. No, I do not.
So that does not matter. You are in the Luminance Library, which means that if you have a untrained skill, you may still utilize it while in the library. Though you don't get any bonuses. If you have skills in it, you do get bonuses. So you may attempt to assist. So it's
Yeah, yeah,
you may make an attempt.
yeah. What was that thing we did back at the temple with the perception where we took our time and?
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
taking 10?
take 10. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Take 10.
Yep. So that is enough for you to assist. Wishful pen. I'm trying to zoom in. Is she on the map somewhere? Oh, there she is. Right, I can double click her icon. Here we go. No, that is her old token. So let's delete that. Well, I opened it up and it's like, you're level 5. That is a little wrong. New token. There she is. Right. Double click. Skills. Knowledge planes. She will use this. And she obviously doesn't expect to use much of these, so she is going to use one of these because she can. A +1. Alright. All right, so she will begin to research in the library. So it gets +2 from you, plus the library bonus, which will put her up to that number. Okay. So you guys are researching everyone's favourite pastime. Alex, what are you doing in the morning?
Uh, I am actually thinking of going to the Kara Temple.
Okay. So
Mhm.
when you say you're thinking, are you actually going?
Yeah.
So you will enter the Kara's temple. You are not approached. You are allowed to enter, walk around, but there's somebody nearby in case you want to speak with them.
Mhm. Yeah, I will go to that person and say I would like to speak with your the head of your chapter
They give a nod.
or the head of your.
They give a nod and go. They have been expecting you, and they will disappear momentarily, and will return with the sort of very sort of white fur, um, very elegant features. Definitely somebody you can very easily find attractive. Um, will come out and greet you. And this is the same mayor that was at the meeting. She looks young, and it does surprise you. Somebody who appears so young is a head priest, but she is for whatever reason. Ah, Alex, or Alexandrate Beacon. You have been thinking about our kind offer to you,
I have.
and what decision have you made?
Before I answer that, I would like to know how much. Or you seem to know a lot of details about my situations. I wish to know exactly how much you do know.
They give a smile. We know enough of your situation, and enough to know that our influence is not making anything better, but we can ensure that no more negative influences from ourselves will afflict you, your partner, and your unborn child, as Lightning has gained the attention of Kara, as I'm sure you are aware.
I am.
And you only want Kara's attention if if you have done her well, and Lightning very much has not.
And if I do this favor for you, you will alleviate her of her crimes?
Kara will forgive any misdoings before this moment, though there may be other things required to continue to show your obedience. As Kara's not the one to fully let things go, and Lightning did very much turn her back on her, which is very disrespectful. So the actions of Lightning will reflect upon you. So it does mean, should any new indiscretions that occur, they will be treated as new ones, and you would and a whole new set of consequences would follow. So the pair of you would be given a clean slate.
Very well. I will do what you ask, but I may need some help.
Some help?
If I'm going to gather an army to get the humans out of your lands, then I will need some people to spread motivation. I understand you lot are well equipped to spread propaganda.
We can have people in the right places at the right moment. We listen and choose our moments. Sending out many minions to spread rumours everywhere is foolhardy when the whisper in the single ear could have the same effect.
Very well. Well, at least I would like to be well informed of the goings-on in the cities. Can you do that for me?
If you, when the time comes, you promise yourself to Kara, we have forgiven all misdoings. Now you're asking for more. So when the time comes, you must give yourself to Kara.
And exactly what would that detail?
You are a follower of the Sun Queen, are you not?
I am.
Do you give yourself to the Sun Queen?
I do.
Then you do know what that means.
So you wish me to turn my back on my goddess? Serve another?
You do not have to turn your back on your queen. You just have to listen to Kara as well. She's not one to stop you following others, but when she calls, she expects you to come and do her bidding when asked, without question. But you will know when that time comes when you have to accept that responsibility. And you will be given the chance. You will be given that moment when it comes. For now, we can ensure. Should an army arrive at Briston Luck? No, not Briston Lux. What is what is it called? Bavec.
Yeah, Bavec.
If an army should arrive at Bavec, that resistance there would be minimal.
Very well. I can at least ensure that.
And we might be able to whisper in a few ears to ensure something heads that way, but there's a lot of things in fluctuation. And there are many ears to whisper at the moment. So we will see if one ear becomes stronger than the others before anything has been put in a direction that it needs to go. Perhaps you will do the whispering for us, she says with a smile.
Well, I'm not very adept at these type of games, but I will do what I must.
Then I take it we have a deal?
For now.
Then
yes.
let us seal this deal.
In comes the geese.
The geese?
Or what's that spell where
Oh,
if
the
you don't do
gears.
it in a certain time?
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're not going to do a gears.
Okay.
They're just going to do the way Kara worshippers seal deals. Um, she passionately kisses you.
Alexandrite's face kind of, or his eyes widen as like a flush comes to his face, like, uh, a little warning would have been nice.
She gives you a smile. She gives you a smile and a wink. I'm sure you'll get used to it. Now run along.
Fine. And Alexandrite will walk out.
He walks out and is like, I was not expecting that.
Mhm.
Alright, are you planning to go anywhere else?
um, if it's before the meeting, I would definitely head there. In my
It,
goods.
it currently is before the meeting.
All right.
The meeting is the next major thing which will occur. You were asked to go to the Duchess at 10 and just be there in the background
Mhm.
until she knows what if you will be required.
All right. Then I will do so.
Anybody else planning anything else before we do the council members meeting?
They're not.
thing I have, I can always wait till after.
What is it, Burnt, you are wanting to do? Because obviously we haven't done
Well-
anything major with you yet.
Well, he has to. He has to act on his dream and go speak with his dad. So
Ah, yes. I believe he's probably out looking for supplies and equipment ready for the next not mission, but the next time you're going to move out. He's always one of those who's always getting stocked up, and also potentially looking out for jobs that people might need doing outside of the city. As being a kind blade, they he will basically keep an eye out for places where he can help. You have a good
Yeah.
idea where to go. You know, you've been to Villager Town before. You know where his normal common stopping points are to get supplies and equipment. So it wouldn't
Yeah.
take you too long after you've got your troops set up and Thunderclap is running through drills. You head off to go and speak with your father.
yeah, so he's gonna look around the supply points for his dad, and when he finally finds them, he is going to calmly approach him.
He seems he seems to be more shopping for like magical items at the moment, or various trinkets that are said to help ward off various like evil creatures or protect you from various aspects of like demons and that type of things.
Fair. Hey, Dad, I have do you have a moment?
For you, certainly. What is it?
So, last night I had a interesting dream. One of my companions helped me figure out what it means. Uh, the the dream I had, it turns out one of the things about it was let me just check this out. Let's see. It the ocean represented foreboding problems in business life and quarrels and stormy periods in the household. Is everything okay? Like, Are you feeling alright? Nothing's. Are you just okay? He asks, and he has a very calm, very kind tone in his voice, despite the the spell that Milk Thistle used earlier that caused him to get upset.
He goes, I know I have been in a hostile environment for quite some time, and have bored a number of injuries, and he does sort of he sort of touches a place on his body where clearly he must have been injured at, um, but I'm doing well. There is nothing that you need to be concern yourself about, Burnt. Focus on you at the moment. You have much that you need to worry about yourself. As he gestures towards the group of civilians that are paying you a lot of attention.
He he nods a bit and winks. Well, I just wanted to make sure you're okay, you know? And I recognize my own ordeals. He's gonna give a very friendly wave of the hoof to the civilians and a relaxed smile. Uh, if you need anything, you'll let me know, right? I mean, after all, you saved me when I was little, and sure, it took me time to warm up to calling you dad. I mean, he sort of laughs a little bit at that, but honestly, we've been through too much together for me to simply not worry about you, you know?
He gives you a smile and gives a little bit of a laugh and puts a hoof on your shoulder or side of your arm, and goes, you don't need to worry about me, Burns. I'm the one who's supposed to worry about you, after all. I can look after myself. You let me worry about me. You just worry about you, and I'll worry about you.
We'll worry about each other. How's that sound? He says as he gives his dad a very firm, almost too tight of a hug. Like, it's one that oh god, how do I explain it?
You,
It's
you,
sort
you,
of like
you hug him and squeeze him tightly. I mean, I get an
yeah,
idea what you refer to.
yeah.
Question: have you and your father been um, openly hugging? Has that been normal for your relationship? Would you say, or would you say you guys hugging is more of a not something you do very much?
It's not something that they do very much.
Cool. I mean, that's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no worries.
You do feel that normally when you share hugs, he gives you, he doesn't, he just, it's a hug, it's nothing too much more about it. But this one, you do feel him squeeze you a bit more tightly for a moment, like he didn't want to let you go. But the hug ends fairly quickly for the hug it is. And he
Yeah,
goes,
so sorry.
and he goes, you'll be fine, Bernd. Whatever's going on with you, you'll be fine. Do not worry. And I'm sure your friends will be able to help you and watch your back for you.
He gives a nod and he sort of mumbles under his breath if I can keep them from killing one another first. And he sort of like gives a very playful smirk. You know, how do you feel about doing some astronomy later on tonight?
Sure. Well, we can see. We can have a look up and see what the stars are telling us. Though You will have to travel outside the city to be able to see the stars.
Perfectly fine. I mean, we're in a more or less safe area, so yeah, I'll see you tonight. Just tell me, come tell me later on what gate you want to meet at, and we'll go later on tonight. And with that, he's gonna turn and begin to head on back to the park.
Um, he will go back to his browsing. All right. Was that what you wanted to do, Ben?
Yeah.
All right. Milk what time were you going to go just before the meeting start?
Yeah, so since Milk Thistle is, doing a checkup on himself and, walking through the city quite a bit, he'd probably aim to get there 10 to 5 minutes early, close to on time, but make
Close to.
sure he's on time. He'll
Cool.
run
So,
if he has to.
so you will get into the Noble District and sort of stand outside where the meeting is planned to take place.
Yes.
You will probably find not Midnight Vision, Crystal Heart there, probably waiting for you. But there is something that will happen before that at 10 o'clock. Alex, I believe you will go to find the Duchess.
Yeah.
You will be welcomed into her home, and she will take you in, not into the study, into a little bit further into her home, into one of the sort of back areas, where it's almost like a trophy room. That's probably the best way to describe it. Where you can see various things that are like some paintings, weapons, armors that are around the room, and you're quite certain that most of these are probably something related to their family line and what have you, like a trophy room in regards to their history. So it looks like I'll be so it looks like there's a potential you will be joining us in our meeting later.
I figured as much.
Yes, one of a last minute addition has been added to the meeting by Crystal Heart. He wishes somebody to come and speak on the speak to the council. I'm unsure who it is, as a name was not given. So I have added you to be there as well. But I'm trying to think. Alex, did you ask to say anything?
No,
Just to be there. Cool. That's what I thought. I've added you to be stood nearby.
very well.
And she walks over to one of clearly, possibly is either a statue with what you're going to guess is horse shaped, or it's like one of the other dummies. What is wearing armor on, but it's covered up with a cloth. But I think something a little bit more appropriate will be suitable for for this meeting, and she will pull off the cloth, and I mean, you will see the most slap in your face day symbols armor that you could possibly see. On the front of it, it incorporates the Sun Queen's holy symbol, which is a Pegasus, I believe, with their wings curled up into like a U shaped. This is where I'm trying to find my book to make sure I am correct on the Sun Queen's holy symbol. I'm pretty sure that's what it looks like. But then I'm going, I don't think I'm right. Sun Queen, yeah. A Pegasus with wings unfurled, the curve of which encompasses a gold circle. But also, the Pegasus is on fire in orange and red colourings, which incorporates the blaze part of it. The full plate armour also is covered in spikes that have been purposely crafted to make it look like they are flames coming off the armour themselves, just to add even more to the aesthetics of the more aggressive side nature of the day deities. Perhaps if you stand wearing this, it will definitely catch the attention and make you more intimidating.
Well, I think catching the attention would probably be the main goal for this. Very well. He says, just kind of like drooling over the armor.
Though if you accept my gift, do understand that I will you will be considered one of my allies on these things, and I would expect your backing when the moment comes.
Well, considering everything we've done for each other so far, I think that goes without saying. I've even helped out a little bit with the human army.
Yes, and we might need more help with the human army, depending on how this meeting goes forth, she says with a smile. But for now, try it on for size. See if it has a good fit.
Alright, Alexander will take off his armor and put on this fancy getup.
Right, I have just given you the armor in your bags. So you probably want to mark the champion's full plate as not being carried and worn at the moment.
Yeah.
And you're wearing the armor, which you should see as Sun's Fury. The description should also tell you what the armor does.
Yeah. Sorry, just looking at this over, it's like, oh yeah.
She goes, "This is a special gift, so treat it well. It is not something that belongs to my family, but my influence has ensured that it is getting some use."
Very well. Thank you for this. I will wear it with pride.
I expect no other way for it to be worn. You are most privileged to even been given the chance to donate. Do not disappoint them. Do not disappoint me, and do not disappoint the gods.
Very well.
She also gives you a cloak, what does help hide you as best you can, wearing like pointy armor. She goes, keep yourself covered, and do not stray too close. I wish for you to make your approach at the right moment. I will give you a signal when you are to walk up and remove your cloak.
All right.
At which point we flash forward at like 5 minutes to 11, when Milk Thistle and Crystal Heart are meeting each other outside of the meeting hall.
Milk Thistle walks up. Let me make sure I'm not muted.
Yep, no, you're not.
Milk Thistle walks up and gives a polite bow. Lord Crystal Heart, good morning.
Good morning. It is good to see you again, my friend.
Before we go inside, my lord, there is something of great importance I've learned of this morning that I need to share with you.
What is that?
Have you received... Milk Thistle will quickly look around and make sure no one is eavesdropping.
There's no one you can tell that's eavesdropping. There are some other council members nearby. You can see the Duchess starting to approach, but not close enough to be able to eavesdrop. She has a bit of a grin on her face, but that's about it.
Milk Thistle will still whisper and say, "It is news of the Doomsayers. I've learned more about them this morning. They appear and spread the message of the demon's prophet, Shisha. The word is being spread that when he comes for you, he being the demon, if you lay down your arms and go willingly, you can choose a loved one and permit them to live. If you bring up arms, you'll not be allowed to choose and all will die. And it is sworn that even in death, the gods will not save you, and this will be your end when the time comes." The Doomsayers themselves, the messengers, they appear to speak to a group, and then they suddenly disappear. They do not linger, and they do not seem to walk amongst the people.
Already having secret meetings there, Crystal Heart? The Duchess says as she approaches you two, whispering to each other.
Milk Thistle will cut himself off mid-sentence, but he won't say anything abrupt.
He will look back and give a smile, go, "Not at all, Duchess, just merely getting some information that may help us. I'm sure you will have things that you can bring to the council meeting that will help us on our current situation. If you head in, I will continue getting my my information here, and I will be able to share it, share what is required with the rest of the council." "Oh, not at all, Crystal Heart, but let me just bring in my own aid." She gives a gesture off to the to somebody who's just out of your line of sight, clearly obscured by the building, but she can see.
Okay. As she walks past, Moonplant... No, wrong character. As she walks past, Milk Thistle will give a polite bow to her.
No, she's not walking away. She's gesturing to somebody to come forth.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, that someone will come forth.
Are you removing the cloak?
Sorry, a quick out of character. Was I supposed to remove the cloak when she gestures?
Well, you walk over and remove the cloak, so you're in your full glory as you come into the side.
Okay, then yeah.
This is why we don't skip dress rehearsals.
Yeah. So you will notice Alexandrite, who will walk around the corner and to the Duchess. He's definitely not wearing his more traditional armour, what you've been seeing him in. He's definitely in something more intimidating. Just intimidating in different ways. And it's armour what does basically is meant to give him the appearance of almost being on fire, just using like spikes to give that effect.
but it's still clearly Alexandrite, correct?
Oh god, yeah. You know it. You definitely know it's Alexandrite.
Yeah.
There's no.
Milthistle will
Oh, sorry.
Milthistle looks to Alexandrite, gives a polite nod of the head. Good morning.
Alexander will give a nod to the head to him too. Good morning.
Well, I'm sure that's the pleasantries out of the way. Let us head in and leave them to their little discussion. I'm sure we will hear it all in the meeting shortly. She says, "Don't take too long. You don't want to leave the other council members waiting." As she uh, walks between the two of you and heads into the council chambers.
Alexander will follow suit.
Do you walk between the two of them? Oh,
Well, I'll be following the Duchess, yeah.
Okay. Well, she did it to be rude, so.
Milthistle will take half a step back just to give him enough birth. Fuck.
Yeah, just so you don't get,
It's fine.
yeah.
But once they pass, Milthistle will lean back into Lord Crystalheart. The messengers do not stick around for their conversations. They deliver their message and then they are gone. They just seem to vanish. I cannot see where they come from or where they go. These groups of people, the majority of them brush it off as mere rumor or do not take it seriously. But some are believing it. They're discussing what should be done amongst themselves. And they are spreading the same message on behalf of the Doomsayers.
Well, this is more than what the city guards have been able to find out for the most part. We knew
Yes.
we knew some of what you've said, but this has put more into finer detail.
The numbers are currently small, but they are growing. I walked through the city myself to listen to conversations and heard nothing of it. So it is not as far widespread, but it is growing. But I also know that it is taking place amongst all the people. It is not just amongst the poor, it is amongst the wealthy as well.
Well, it's something that is going to be discussed today, and it does appear that my inviting you has drawn some attention by other council members.
True, but I do not mind the presence of my companions.
We will see how things begin to play out. Anyway, let us enter.
Milthistle will bow, and he'll follow in Lord Crystalheart.
Right, so the sort of chamber you enter in is a large round table which has the council members sitting around it. So there is a number of empty chairs, but you will see the Duchess there, you will see Crystal Heart, Lord Skystriker, there is Field Marshal, the Field Marshal, I can't remember his name, I want to say Flawless Victory, and you do see the older stallion that you guys met in Galloping Dam as well. I'm desperate to remember his name, but it does escape me.
I believe he carried the mountain name.
Yes, it possibly was.
The grandson, the neighbor we spoke, not the neighbor, the grandson we spoke to, that is, oh no, it wasn't Mountain, it was Heart. That was Stout Heart.
Stout Heart.
Who was, yeah.
Okay.
But I don't remember his grandfather's name, the older one.
I will have to, I will refer to him as Stout Senior for the moment, just to make things a bit easier.
Actually, he never gave us his name. He purposefully kept it from us. We just know he's part of the Hart family.
Okay, fair enough. So, they will take their seats, and the as they were sort of like taking their seats and getting sorted, the older stallion that will approach you, Milk Thistle, first, and will go. We were able to bring our little city under one leadership. I think you will be most impressed, he says smirkily.
You certainly did what was expected of you.
Uh, the right pressure in the right places. Saw things happen.
Well done. We'll need that leadership in the future.
He gives a nod and takes a seat. I'm not going to do like everybody's conversation in this council meeting because I'm not talking to myself in 4 different ways. I will drive myself crazy. So I'm going to give a more of a overview of the discussion points and what people bring out of things. So the sort of first point on the agenda was the All Seasons Temple, and they talk about the reconstruction efforts and finances that need to go into that. There is obviously indications that they need to find somebody of significant craftsmanship to do the work, as the temple does not want to rely solely on magic to fix it. They want to have more of a pony's hoof in the matter when it comes to crafting it. So they will need to source a suitable craftsman. The old stallion will throw up the possibility of some of their craftsmen coming up, as they do have a quarry has recently opened up, but they might be somebody suitable there who could be called upon. But otherwise, they are still looking for a number of individuals, not just one. But for now, the hole in the ceiling has been patched. The next point is the humans. The main thing of that is a good portion of his forces have departed, and about a contingency of around, they believe, 1,000-ish individuals are currently stationed outside of the city, and are occupying at least one of the farmhouses and the grounds around it for the time being. They believe that one of the senior individuals that had accompanied him has returned back with the army, as they're only really meeting with 2, and currently they're undergoing the finalities of working out a document that everybody agrees upon in regards to what has been agreed with. The Duchess at this point does sort of bang her hoof and go, and tries to force the point that this is clearly the moment that we should strike back. This peace should not be accepted still, and we should not be forced to give up some of our land to the filthy humans. She then gestures towards the 2 individuals who are glowing and go, we now have actual full-on champions that can rally troops and inspire people. We should not waste them on fruitful things, and use them to inspire and actually bring victory to the Pony Nation for once. Things at this point go into a bit of an argument. You've got Lords Sky Strikers argue about obviously pony lives and sending willy-nilly people to die. Crystal Heart, because he was one of the ones who obviously pushed for this and says we indicates that you guys are a possible ace up the sleeve they can use at a later point, and revealing you now might be may ruin a chance later. The older stallions just kind of sitting there quietly, uh, uh, watching this and sort of watching things unravel in front of him. The Field Marshal says that they've obviously, as part of the agreement, they have had to send a number of their forces back to the Citadel, and yes, they could probably mount an attack. They do not. It also will probably be very casualty intensive should a frontal assault happen. Plus, their forces most likely will return, and they will be at full scale war with the humans. So most people are sort of trying to push not to fight the humans, but the Duchess again is trying to argue her point that a frontal assault is what they need. You two, do you wish to just stay silent at the moment, or do you want to try and interject?
At this time, Milk Thistle is going to remain silent until he's called upon to speak. That was the agreement.
Yep. Alex?
Yeah, I think I will speak. I just need to kind of form the words I was thinking. Alexandrite will probably say, there is probably no better time than now with the armies separated. If we wish to strike back at the humans, we can forego any messages that might be sent out, and they will be caught unaware when we, after the fact, then we can drive them all out piece by piece.
She latches onto Alexandrite's. What would be the right term for your?
Guerrilla warfare?
No. Your moment to sort of speak up when you weren't technically called upon, but you've voiced your opinion anyway. There's probably a term for it, but I can't think of it right now. But she capitalizes on it and goes, "See, even one of the champions that has come to us are even backing this idea. How can the rest of you decide to cower behind your words and these walls and just and let these humans take what they want?" Again, they're going to sort of mostly stick to their points and what have you. So it's going to be like a sort of round circle argument. I mean, if you've ever been in those meetings where people just keep going around in circles, it kind of is one of those. Just the Duchess is keeping things on the more aggressive, but but that's where it's going. Eventually, she seems to get annoyed enough to go, "Fine, the rest of you are clearly just too much of cowards to actually step up to these plates. I suppose there's no more discussing this matter. Let's move on to the next point." Which I believe is the rumours of the Doomsayers. Or the... what's another word for Doomsayers? No, I'm sure there's another term.
We have the thesaurus. I will find a good word for a doomsayer.
Yeah, because I don't think they would use that term because it doesn't sound very official.
Pessimist, scaremonger. Scaremonger is probably a good one.
Yeah, these scare. Now we discuss the matter of these scaremongers amongst our populace. And what are the uh, what are the reports from our city guard? She looks to Crystal Heart at that point, and the Crystal Heart then will go. Well, I have actually uh, had a fairly rundown report on this matter, and my and I will give the moment for you all to hear it from the horse's mouth, or in this case, the goat's mouth, directly, so you know exactly what is going on with them. As he gives you a chance, Milkfistle, to speak about the Doomsayers.
Milkthistle will take center of the room as much as he can. Are they in like judges' tables where they're above the center of the room, or are they in a circle table?
It's a circle table um, which has got a hole in the middle, so it's kind of donut shaped, but you can't get into the centre of the table. And they're just sat around it, so you would walk up and stand next to the table to be able to address everybody.
Yes. All right. Milkthistle walks up close to the table. He'll bow and he'll say, "Council members, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak and inform you on the goings on within our city. This morning, while I was meditating, I cast a spell the ears of the city so that I could hear the whispers that go on amongst the crowds where the guards' ears cannot reach. There is a sense of multiple individuals who dress differently from each other. They do not appear to be of any particular group. There's no unifying mark or texture to any of their appearances. They each appear in different crowds from all over the city, to the wealthy districts, the merchant district, and certainly amongst the poor. Let's see. They are spreading whispers. They arrive seemingly out of nowhere, and they spread a message from the prophet Shisha, who serves the demon, the Stag Lord, who has sworn to destroy everything. The whispers are, when he comes for you, if you lay down your arms and go willingly, you can choose a loved one and permit them to live. If you bring up arms, you will not be allowed to choose, and all will die. Even in death, not even the gods can save you. This will be your end when the time comes. These messages are being spread by unknown individuals. The majority of the people of this city thus far are rejecting this message as nothing more than rumor, the utterings of a crazy pony. But there are some who are taking it to heart and believing it. They talk amongst themselves to start making their choice. Thus far, it has not spread very far, but it is spreading quickly and they are growing in number. The people themselves are beginning to spread this message on behalf of the Doomsayers.
The with that, the Crystal Heart will go. Thank you, McFistle. That was most informative.
Milkthistle will bow and step back toward the wall.
He will look back to the rest of the council members. So, as you can hear, they are currently not a threat, but they are potentially growing and could soon become quite a severe issue. And we have a chance now to stop this in its tracks if we act swiftly. But the town guard are already stretched extremely thin across the whole city. And he, the field marshal will indicate that I have already spared additional of my forces to help patrol your streets to indicate things, and we are still training others who were willing to fight, but but we cannot blanket the whole city, and they seem to, at least for now, be finding pockets. and the field marshal indicates, I recommend that we start hiding people in the populace. Soldiers out of uniform with hidden blades. So should one of these start speaking up, they won't. So they just blend in, so not to scare off these pessimists, and they'll be more willing to expose themselves. And I will begin to. I've already begun to order. This morning I've already ordered my troops to do such a thing. So hopefully, we may at least find one captive. But we still need more hoofs out there looking for them. At the moment, any populace that we speak to has already can't point where they saw them go or anything like that, and mostly just spelt their nonsense if they've actually listened to them.
If I may speak.
Everyone sort of turns to Alex once again, and the Duchess goes, "You have permission."
Well, it just so happens that my significant other has ties with the underground of the city. I would like to inform her of these doomsayers and have her send her shady individuals out to help. And perhaps while that's going on, we can give hope to the people, dissuade them of the doom and gloom that these sayers have thrown our way.
Perhaps that is at least a good point, Alexandrite. We do need to at least put some more hope into our populace. Perhaps you and your fellow milk thistle there, and your other companions, should walk the streets a little more, spreading a bit more hope and making yourselves more known, and try and send a counter message of what they are saying, at least while you are here, as I'm sure you do have other matters you might soon be attending to. But or even try and respond or tracking down one of these individuals with the help of your it'd be the underground, won't it? The help of the underground. We used to have. She said the. I'm trying to remember his name. Hangouts. Not there. Where's the cities? I haven't used his name in a while, so I can't remember it. Because he's dead. Where's my noble notes? Here we go. The late
Emberheart.
No, not Emberheart. The late Strongbags, I believe, had his own contacts within the underground, and since his untimely death, we have lost contact there. So it would be good, I'm sure we can all agree, to have somebody we can trust, and I'm sure we can all agree we can trust a paladin and a knight of the city to sponsor somebody to put a contact back into the underground. I'm sure. No one there can at least think of a way of disagreeing to that point of view, and And the Duchess goes, "Can I get a raise of hoofs to see who agrees?" She puts hers off, and the older stallion from Galloping Dam puts his hoof up almost straight away. The other three do spend a moment to think on this matter, and will put a hoof up. Though Lord Skystriker is the last one to do so, and he seems very hesitant on the matter, but he does not voice any opinion here. But he seems to more shrink in his chair. The
If I
Duchess.
may also, we are missing some members of the council. Perhaps Lightning Streak could take the place of the one whose duties were words.
My dear Alex, there are moments when, and there are procedures for council members to be selected. I applaud your mindfulness, but adding a council member at this moment is not the time and place, I'm afraid. And nominations do have to come directly from a fellow council member. From two fellow council members. But you have done enough, and I thank you.
Very well. I'm sorry if I spoke out of turn. He will bow his head and take a seat again.
Yeah, well, you're more standing than seated.
Okay, then yeah. Well,
So you step
take
back.
a step back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it seems that we're dealing with these. I'm trying to remember the other alternative name that we chose for them.
Gloomsayer is also a good one.
Gloomsayers.
Yeah. Scaremongers.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's scaremongers. We are attacking these scaremongers from many aside. All we need to do is capture one, and we should be able to start unravelling this. But at least for now, those of you who can aspire some hope, ensure that their message gets pushed away. And with kind of that, it then leads into any other business, and at which point Crystal Heart will go, "Yes, I do have some additional business. Milk Thistle here wishes to bring up something with the council directly, and I have granted him the chance to speak to the rest of you for this matter to be discussed here in this meeting, and he will let you speak, Milk Thistle."
Thistle will approach the table, same as before, bow to everyone. "Thank you, council members, for hearing me on this matter. I've come with a personal request, one that I ask the council here to strongly consider for the betterment of not just Village of Town, but for the growth of the kingdom and reunification. The city of Clovenheim has fallen into disrepair. Their stagnation is causing the city to rot from the inside. When the old kingdom fell apart, the caravan route ceased to be safe enough for them to travel. The old traditions are still fondly remembered by my kin, but too many have gone missing or been killed by bandits and monsters. I'm requesting the council to send troops to Clovenheim and to aid in opening the roads again, linking them to Villagertown and to the surrounding area. Clovenheim does have a council similar to this, and they will need to be contacted before the military arrives. It is imperative to arrive as diplomats and not as conquerors. If the Cloven are shown that unification of the kingdom is to their benefit, I've no doubt they will be eager to rejoin. I've received confirmation from my father that Clovenheim will welcome other species into their city, but respect must be shown. When the request to open trade routes again is made, please ask for my father, Elderweiss. His experience in trade routes and caravans will prove valuable in rejoining our territories and growing our wealth." And Milk will give a bow.
The Duchess goes, "So the matter of sending protecting the roads to Clovenham so trade can be established. Is that the finer points of the matter? She says, just conferring with you, Milk Thistle.
Yes, to open up the trade routes, make them safe for travel, so that the kingdom can rejoin and continue growing.
Alright. She goes, this is now open to the floor. And obviously, for everybody to speak their piece. The Duchess will sort of, it almost basically just goes first and looks to Field Marshal, and goes, obviously any protection of any roads requires military troops. We sent a portion back to St. Moon's Reach. Any of those can be utilised to protect roads. The Field Marshal would indicate yes, that is something that can be done. It would take time to set up, as any road protections require obviously checkpoints for troops to rest and patrols to obviously move between, and there needs to be at least one every half day, or at least that's how it used to be. A stretch that size may take possibly around 100 or so, but it will take some time to set up the infrastructure. Basically, you guys get the boring gist of it, and so the discussion kind of goes on. Lord Skystriker here actually speaks up, and this is probably the first time he's really spoken up on any matter, and he speaks quite strongly about that. He feels that this is something that the council should add resources to, and should push for, as opening up additional trade routes and even connecting once again with major settlements would be a big boon to not only Villagertown but everybody. And he says himself that he is happy to add some of his own personal finances to ensure the construction of checkpoints and stuff, as he feels this will be a monumental thing. Crystal Heart will indicate that he can certainly they can certainly start putting forth materials and stuff, or at least send out some troops to inspect the roads to see if there's any checkpoints still intact. But he would say it would be better for actual soldiers, so for Field Marshal to actually send some of his Pegasi troops out to check the roads in that direction to see if they are safe. The Duchess goes, we can send a envoy to the Clovenham via the map, so we can at least see if they have anything that they can do to support from their side. As I'm sure, if my memory serves me correctly, they had a city of a significant size equal to Villagertown. So they should at least have some resources, and if we are going to spoon feed them freedom, it's only fair that they take some of the burden of this financially as well as resources. She looks to Lord Skystriker. You seem very keen on getting this move forward. I will put you in charge and ensure and have you go out and meet with this Clovenhaim Council and have things put forth their side of things. Do take a spellcaster with you, should we require you back fairly quickly. That way you can return within a moment. As I believe we are also doing similar things for Galloping Down, but that is an easier route given that we just had a sizable army just travel that path, and they are heading back. So I'm sure that those areas will be secured anyway. As she sort of gives a nod to the older stallion again from Galloping Down, as they seem to be referring to something that was possibly discussed at a different council meeting. She does go. She does then indicate she has her own other business, and she does speak out and say, "Now, if we are moving to open more voices from Everglow, it is only fair that we give everybody a fair voice. Just like here, we sit as a council of the to watch over Villager Town. We should set up something similar for the rest of to represent the rest of Everglow. I know in the past we have been ruled by a queen, but I think that goes to show that a single ruler just opens us up for weakness and things to destabilise and collapse. Where if we have a single voice from each major settlement acting as a council, we can ensure that should one individual fall down, that the rest can hold everything together until they are replaced. So and she holds a hoof out to Phil Marshall and the stallion from Galloping Down. We have 2 representatives from 2 settlements, and perhaps we might possibly have one from Clovenhaim. The rest of us, and she obviously is looking to Lord Skystriker, Crystal Heart, and herself, those 2, we will need to discuss a suitable candidate to speak on behalf of Villager Town. As the more longer standing council member, I feel it's only fair that it will be myself. Crystal Heart would speak up and go, and he will disagree and feels that losing, he'll go, Duchess, as yes, you are the longest council member here, but surely someone of your experience with the city should remain concentrated on the city, and somebody such as myself who is new to this position would benefit more to act as a more overall side of things, and be able to bring your points to whatever we might call this collection of cities, and voice our concerns on that way. So I feel I would be the better fit for such a thing. They kind of both then look at Lord Skystriker, as clearly he's the third person at this point in time, and he kind of goes, well, you both have strong, good arguments for why you should do it, but perhaps at this moment we should look into, well, filling our other seats and ensuring that, well, we have the best people for the job, and perhaps we might find somebody who might even be a bit more suited. So I say we defer the any decision until we have a full council at this moment.
Bless you.
Thank you.
This one-
There's a bit more argument and discussion like over that, but it's quite clear there's two people who are going to want to go for it and one person who's not making a decision. So it's not going to go anywhere. So that 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 gets tabled and until the point where next council meeting where they will nominees will be put forth for potential council members, and she does remind everybody that it takes two individuals to nominate a single candidate, and they do have two more seats available for people to take. And with that, the council meeting comes to an end with that type of discussion. And she does indicate, and obviously they will be meeting again on a more official council meeting in a week. But obviously they still have meetings throughout the time anyway. The pony who was sitting quietly in the corner, who was scribing away in a book, stops and starts to obviously pack up their things, and she goes. The meeting comes to an end. So some council members remain seated, others start getting up to their hooves. The Duchess will obviously go to talk to Alex, and Crystal Heart will go and talk to Milk Thistle in regard each into sort of separate things, and the others may discuss between themselves. I believe Sky Striker goes to talk to Flawless Victory. So, did any of you have anything else to discuss with your fellow council members, or did you want to speak to any of the other people here in this meeting?
Out of character, Milk Thistle is wanting to speak to the Duchess at this point because I don't want to just say because, but
Yeah, you don't have to tell me why you want to talk to her. You can say I just want to talk to her, and then tell her when you're talking to her.
right. But I'm also considering Alexandrite's play in all of this because, in character, Milk Thistle doesn't know about the goings on between Alexandrite and the Duchess, but it is clear as day that, Alexandrite is, favoring her and supporting her, and he's received quite an impressive boon from it. That's an impressive set of armor he's got on. That doesn't quite match up with his deity of choice. Very unusual. Would think.
It does incorporate both the day deity, so it does incorporate the Sun Queen.
Okay. But I mean, yeah. At this point, Milk Thistle's just open up to more conversation.
So yeah, you can go and talk to the Duchess. She'll probably be starting to talk to Alex about something, but will notice you approaching and will say something to Alex, which basically is hold that thought, and as you basically approach, that's basically what she was saying, and turns to you, Milk Thistle.
So, out of the corners of your eyes, Alexandrite, you would have seen Milk Thistle politely excuse himself from Lord Crystalheart. When he approaches, he'll bow to the Duchess, and he'll say, "I wanted to thank you, Duchess, for your accommodations and allowing us to be here today and permitting me to speak. The fact that the council made a decision so swiftly in aiding Clovenham while also ensuring Clovenham does their part as well was very prudent of you.
Well, the vote was going to be very clear. It only requires two, and the moment Lord Skystriker almost leaped out of his seat at the idea, it was clear that it was going it was going to get the votes, given you are backed by Crystal Heart after all.
Yes, Duchess. And the unification of the kingdom is something I believe we should all strive for. And to that, ma'am, I would like to speak with you privately, if I may.
Well, I well, we have a room we can discuss matters. Oh, wait here, Alex. I won't be a moment.
Alexander will nod his head. Very well.
She
And
will let you. She'll take you to uh, basically I want to say antechamber.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Before that, Alexander, I would like to sense motive on Milk, just to kind of read his attentions.
All right.
um, I know this is between player and player, so the GM doesn't have full insight, but I'll be on the honor system.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would normally say make it blind, but for this one, you um, so normally around about 25 is you got a kind of a good idea if he might have ill intentions. Anything below
Mhm.
that is very much open to interpretation, and I will let the player give an indication of what you will get across. But
All
it's
right.
only sort of gut feelings and suspicions, that sort of thing. You won't get any clear indications. So,
Well,
15. So,
yeah.
you can portray what you believe Alex would glean from you. 15 is fairly low. It is 10
Uh,
under, so he shouldn't get much.
so Alexandrite, you glean that, Milk Thistle, always in the shadows, always up to his schemes. He's clearly keeping something from you, but he doesn't seem sinister about it. There's some soft secret he doesn't want none known to you, but that needs to be brought up to her.
Mhm.
Alright.
Well, Alexander will give a sigh and permit her to go.
Because she needs your permission.
Permission, yeah. you you were told to wait. Alright. She takes you to an antechamber, and as you come in and the door closes, and she sort of gives you a smile and goes, "So, what is it that you could not say in front of your friend then?"
Duchess, I wish to show you all due respect, but I also request to speak candidly.
Well, speak then. I'm not getting any younger.
I do not believe it is wise to start a war with these humans after we so precariously avoided so many casualties. I know your hatred for them runs deep, and though it may not appear so given my actions, I assure you so does mine. The humans are our enemies, and we have done nothing more than appease them for a time. Now, while we have driven them away from our city, what we have not done is we have not secured a strong enough foothold within this kingdom to build our numbers up to truly drive the humans away forever. What we have done is we have bought ourselves valuable time, and if we act too swiftly, we will lose every opportunity we have gained at this point. The truth is, Duchess, the reason why I want Clovenham to be secured is because their trade routes will open up so much valuable wealth and will allow us to open up communication with so many other cities that have been separated and grown stagnant in their own right. It is not just Clovenham that has started to deteriorate. Cerulean Tides, once a bastion of naval might, now has skilled workers who sit outside the city in slums, incapable of using their skills. There is so much potential for growth, and if we act too soon and go to war, we will likely lose. I implore you, Duchess, exercise patience. Do not be a hammer, be a scalpel. Wait for the perfect moment to strike, and when you do, strike with everything you have.
Is that not what we have before us right this moment?
No,
We have their leader exposed. He is surrounded by his little forces. We could be that scalpel at this moment. Is it not true you remove the head of the snake and the body dies?
it is not as simple as with the military. While the general himself and all his knowledge and experience would die with him, he has officers who will take up his mantle. We are not dealing with a mere general. We are dealing with an entire army with a rank structure. I do not mean to insult you, but you obviously know how a military is structured. This human king that invaded our land sent his best general, but there are still magistrates from the king's court who are around the general himself. It would not be simple. It would not be as simple as removing a single person.
Yes, and I believe there's still one of his magistrates here. I'm sure it would deal a blow and indicate we are not weak.
But where the human army sent 20,000, they could easily send 30,000 or even more. The general was a man of honor. He agreed to meet with us and even to discuss terms of war, what we would not do to each other. If
I'm
we were
sure.
to remove him, then that buffer would likely be gone as well. The king would declare a scorched earth policy, and everything would be destroyed. Our entire nation, all of our people. What I wish to see done, Duchess, through you and the other council members, is to reunite the kingdom, build it up in strength and numbers, so that we will have the advantage when we take our lands back. But there is so much that must be done before that can be realized. It will take time. And while we have this valuable time afforded to us, while the humans are not putting pressure on us, we can build up our strength.
And what do you
And
think
we,
the humans will be doing in that moment? Sitting around on the laurels, not building their own forces? We've given them land to expand and grow in. They will be doing exactly the same. The longer we wait, the worse we'll be off.
which
I
is why
just,
we must act quickly to reunify. We must place ourselves under a single banner instead of these isolated city-states. Individually, we have strength, but not compared to what the humans can bring to us.
bringing together all the settlements is not something that will happen overnight, and it will take quite some time, and that's enough time for the humans to establish their strengths and fortify their positions. I still, I believe a strike would remove a strong opponent before us, and will make the humans think twice about invading any further or such attempts. But she gives a smile. But your point of view is safe for the moment, because the general definitely feels more favourable towards your point of view, at least, and so does the rest of the council. So we're not about to launch any mass military excursion at the moment, anyway. So
Thank you for
you're, so you're, no, no, no. I don't know why I was going with that, but she'll probably leave it there.
thank you for your consideration, Duchess. And I hope that moving forward, you will see that what I'm requesting is the wisest decision. It is prudent that we in Everglow build our strength up as much as possible. grow in numbers, and open our cities back to each other before looking to our enemies, especially considering the Stag Lord and the destruction he is threatening to us. But rest assured, while I, Alexandrite, and the rest of my companions are here, we will strive to focus on the Stag Lord and ensure that that destruction will not come. And we will leave the politics and the reunification to you and the other council.
I am sure you will complete what needs to be done, and you've clearly been chosen by the gods to fulfill some sort of destiny. I'm sure you will fulfill it.
Do you have any requests of me, Duchess?
I have no requests from you, at least not at the moment. I don't think there is anything you would be able to do that I could not request from Alexandrite. But it's possible that should the Cloven prove difficult, your unique situation might prove useful.
I will await that call, and I will provide aid should you need it.
I'm sure Crystal Heart would contact you should the need arrive.
That is all I requested for, Duchess. Thank you.
Send in Alex once you see him.
And Milthissa will give a bell. He'll turn around, open the door, close it behind him, and walk up to Alexandra. The Duchess requests your audience.
Thank you. He says as he walks past. And to the Duchess.
She simply goes, "I wouldn't worry. He was just telling me how much of a coward he was and didn't want to face the forces head on, and hide behind treaties and trying to build up forces and become strong by reuniting with everybody. So I wouldn't worry. I did see that look in your eye. Was there anything further that you wanted to discuss?"
Nothing that I can think of right now. I did promise the Kara's clerics that I would at least free Belvec from the human clutches. I was hoping that we could start something, but
Oh,
I'll have to do that on my own then.
That is a fair distance away. That wouldn't be something that we would be able to do. And if I remember correctly, isn't Bavek one of the areas where we handed over to the humans?
That is correct.
Talks about bringing our cities together and we're giving them away.
Maybe I should remind him of that.
Yes. See if you can convince your fellow champions that a precision strike into their little command center would probably be more decisive, and perhaps your more sneaky friend might even see if he can try and work out to make it look like it wasn't us, perhaps another enemy. We obviously are dealing with these Stag Lords individuals and the Doomsayers. Perhaps we can make it look like them. Remove two problems together.
Have our enemies fight each other.
well, we still have one unseen and one on our doorstep, so. But we do need to get hold of one of these pessimists first before we can even look at any other alternative options. As as skilled and powerful as you probably are, Alex, I have a feeling dropping you into the middle of their command center probably would be a waste of your talent, as it is not likely you could take them on alone.
Sadly, as far as I'm aware, not of yet.
Should you feel you should be able to perform the task by yourself, do inform me. I will ensure the means for you to get in and out again.
He'll nod. Is there anything else?
Hmm. I do not know how long you plan to stay here, and if you are planning to head out anywhere else, but see if you can capture one of these doomsayers, as they call them, ideally alive. That way they can be questioned, and we might learn more of what they're up to and their more long-term goals. If this is just to upset people, if they have actually got any alternative plans, that might come to head.
I will do what I can. I might have some leads that I can look into.
Yes, you said you have your partner, Lightning. See what she can uncover.
I will. And Alexandrite will put the cloak on and head out.
Awesome. All right. Was anybody else want to do anything at the meeting before anything else? Nope.
Just to touch base with Crystal Heart to see if there were any requests or instructions from him.
I'm trying to think if anything will happen. Did you tell him of? Yeah, you told him what you were wanting to speak about, didn't you?
Yes, on the request for the troops to be sent to Clovenham to open the routes back up.
Yeah, yeah. He'll merely say, he'll merely sort of speak that it was good to see that Lord Skystriker was so happy of the idea. It made pushing the matter so much easier.
I didn't expect to receive such a swift decision. This is good.
Well, with my backing, you have one out of three votes, and well, you saw how Lord Skystriker acted, and the Duchess at that point would not be able to persuade anyone with her words, so it was a decisive victory. But Lord Skystriker is a funny one. He often can be a thorn in the side of not making a decision, and unless both me and the Duchess agree on matters, it sometimes can be difficult to get things moving. So we certainly do need to bring in some more blood into the council, and I will see about getting some suitable nominees in place.
Thank you, Lord Hurt. Do you have any requests for me at this time?
See if you are doing well, acting as as you see. We are mostly dealing with dealing with these doomsayers, and that is purely the best matter you can help us deal with. But unless you have other more pressing matters that you need to do. As I'm sure you might have something pulling you off elsewhere rather than running around the streets looking for individuals spouting words of fear.
Yeah, I'll find a, I will find a place for myself.
Well, the longer you do stay, I'm sure it will at least warm the citizens' hearts to see you walking around the streets.
Perhaps it will.
Well, the stir that we got reported to us was definitely an indication of things.
Well, thank you, my lord. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way.
If there is anything, I will send you a messenger.
And Milk Thistle will bow and leave.
At which point, you all will have a little bird fly over to you and sort of hop around and in front of you, or fly in front of your faces this is when you get outside, and there's a clear little like message tied around its foot as it tries to get your attention at the parchment or the scroll of paper which is around its foot.
Mm. Yeah, Alexandrite will be a little surprised by the bird, but will offer his hoof for the bird to land on so he can take the message.
The moment you take the message, the bird just poof out of his existence, like it was never there.
Never gonna get used to magic. He mutters as he opens up the message.
Milk steps close to read over his shoulder.
So it's a very sort of elegant writing, and it simply reads, I found some things out. Come to the Luminance's library, and it's signed off Wishful Pen.
Alexandra looks to Milk and I assume that your message is basically the same.
We read the same message. There was only one bird.
No, there was one bird for each of you. So bird got one.
But yeah, Milk Thistle would have made the exact same offer to the bird, read the message.
Yeah.
Milk asked, to the Luminance Library?
Very well then.
So, what time of day is this? Is it like right after like noon or?
It is lunchtime. I mean, actually, I think an hour for council meeting was far too short. I'm going to add another hour.
Okay.
Alright, so yeah, Bernd is gonna put Thunderclap in charge again, and he's gonna head to Luminance's library.
Alright, at Luminance's library, you're going to find Metal Banana there, and Wishful Pen, and there's a small fort built out of books. Metal Banana is mostly sort of helping, like, take books and putting them back, bringing out new ones and what have you, and also probably reading at the same time. I'm guessing Metal Banana.
Yeah, she like would be. It was part of her training as a knight, so.
Yeah. You'll probably roughly. I mean, Bernd would get there first, technically speaking, but for argument's sake, you all managed to find Metal Banana and and Metal Banana and Wishful Pen at the same time as you're sort of scouting around the library trying to find them.
So you learned something?
Oh yes, I have. Well, I've learned a few things. I had some additional outside help from the, I don't want to say caretaker, curator of the of the library here, who sent down some special volumes for us to have a look at. But she first of all looks to Alex and says, we can make you young again. Well,
Really?
well, yes, but it's not as simple as it might be. The creature what did it was called a. She gives you the name, which I'm not going to try and pronounce because I'm terrible with these.
Abythos.
They're normally guardians of time and plane travel. I mean, they're normally helpful individuals. I mean, I'm not sure why, obviously, it attacked us and stuff. But anyway, the attack that it did on you is it is a permanent effect, but it is reversible. It requires one of the 4 following spells to be cast upon you: Greater Restoration, Limited Wish, Miracle, or Wish. But Greater Restoration is definitely within the remits of the temple. It does cost 5,000 gold pieces worth of diamond dust, though. But then she kind of looks up from her book, and she does sort of like there's a moment of holy, like, I mean, the outfit. Oh no, you got yourself covered up, don't you? So she just sees your head.
I'd probably take off the hood at least to.
Yeah, you're putting down your hood. It will probably reveal enough where you're clearly wearing some new armor, but it's not like so overpowering like if you're wearing like all 4 on display. She goes, but you might. I mean, we might be able to convince the temples to do it for you for free. I mean, it's possible given the situation and all, and that the fact that all of them offered various things. Something like this could definitely go a small way.
Well, at least be worth a shot. It seems like I'm going to champion each of the gods if this is the case.
Also, she then sort of takes off a few piles of books and slides out a very old looking one, and she very carefully sort of starts opening it up with her magic. And this was a special book. No, Mary. Oh, Jesus Christ, cat. 1 second.
Suddenly, a cat jumps on the table onto the book.
Yeah.
Destroys it.
No. This is a fairly special book that was brought down to us by the caretaker. I mean, I had to get a little bit of Metal Banana's help here, as it was written. Some of it was written in a language I couldn't read, and they were able to translate those parts for me. She gives a smile to you, Metal Banana, and thanks you again for reading the bits which were in Draconic. But the it sort of speaks a little bit about Luminance's uh, sort of trials and stuff, and this is actually a book of one of her companions that travelled with her, and I don't know if you recall when I mentioned that there was other individuals that had also received similar gifts to this.
I do recall you mentioned Luminance had friends.
Yes, I mean they all had very similar things happen to them, but it wasn't the gods that granted them their power. It was, I believe, as far as I can tell with what I've read so far, it was friendship. But I'm not sure how the. Well, obviously it was Luminous' friendship and obviously what she represents and became, but that's where it stemmed from anyway. But once she opened the door, it it was opened enough for the gods to directly add their little touches as well. So, in theory, we would have to directly petition the gods to grant us or bless us with their with some of their power, and as it was something else that has opened the door, they are merely just peeking through, and it won't violate any of their uh, the rules. But we will have to find out a way of requesting it. I mean, it's not as simple as doing a spell and asking them nicely. Each of them will probably have their own methods of what they expect us to do. I mean, Luminance is probably we need to find maybe a lost tome or ancient tome or something that that has been lost and forgotten about and bring it back. Perhaps then that might be enough for her. I mean, it can't be just any random book. It has to be something of great significance. That might work. For the others, I mean, I can only really guess at.
Hmm.
Well, Wishful, you and I as clerics, we can directly intercede to our gods. It does cost diamond, of course, but we can speak to our gods directly and have questions answered.
It's true, but I mean, they're never. They can never give us direct answers. As I'm sure you're aware, that they give hints of what we might be able to do. It might be enough.
I can only imagine that their answers are usually cryptic.
Well, yes, it is the nature of these matters, and the gods see things very differently to us, and we can just merely interpret what their meanings are.
This is true.
I mean,
Don't the gods also sometimes talk to people directly through not interventions? God, what's the word I'm thinking of when they actually come down to see you and or give you a message directly?
what
Uh,
I mean, yes, they do visit, but I mean, those are normally fairly rare occurrences. I mean, yes, the Sun Queen has come down for a day and what have you, but I mean that's not happened in quite some time now, um, to be honest. And Print and Luminance tends to be more shy. She normally comes and visits one person more directly, rather than coming down to big crowds. I know the Sun Queen definitely has rode down on her chariots and to swathes of crowds and stuff, but she's normally known here for no more than a few hours at most. But
The nightmare
oh, sorry.
requires us, the nightmare requires us to oftentimes find our own way through our own strength. So from that perspective, I believe searching for ancient tomes for hints within the library would fall well within your purview, Wishful.
Oh, well, it's probably not going to be in this library, because if it's in this library, it's not lost. We would have to find something out in the world that no one knows about and find it and bring it back. So, I don't suppose any of you know any forgotten tomes that not everyone's forgotten about?
Well, there was that thing that Nightshine was looking into before.
Do you know what it was?
Had something to do with Duck.
Oh, right.
Does has Wishful met Duck?
She's definitely heard of her.
Yeah.
I at least want to say so,
Yeah,
because
that's
they
fine.
were on that island together.
Oh yeah, of course, yes, of course she's met Duck. She goes, the little, well, the smaller pony who actually was like the colours like a duck,
Hmm.
but
Yes, that's
was a male duck though. But she's a mare. That's very peculiar, anyway.
Yes,
Okay.
apparently she's a pony that. Oh,
What was that, Metal Banana?
I just wondering if I can make a check to know hidden organizations, rules, and locations.
You can.
Okay, that's a local check, I believe.
Oh, I thought you had a particular like law background or something on it.
I just read it straight from the task.
Okay, so yeah,
thing,
no, that's fine. If you
local.
you're going to sort of try and use local knowledge and stuff. You need to make it a blind check.
Yep, sure. How I do that again?
So you
Okay,
click.
found it.
You found it. Cool.
Found it. Yep. Okay. Here we go. Please roll good for me.
I'm assuming this is to see if you know anything about small ponies.
About like hidden locations or secret tombs, like
Okay.
which
So
is that?
you know that there's definitely like there's been rumours of like hidden things all across Everglow, but where they are, it's not something you're aware of, because if you knew of them, they would no longer be hidden. But there is definitely various things which you may be able to find or come across. You would at least get a name of one of them with that roll. Bear with me as I grab one of the names.
So which page is the left that has the hidden places on it?
I might have to resort to the PDF. No, Mary, not going in there. Because I couldn't find it in me on my bookshelf. Ponyfinder, there we go. Rules, core books, and it will be. Where's it gone? No, Everglow. That's luminances. Forgotten Past. Here we go. Alright, you get Forgotten Treasures. No. Forgotten, no, not Forgotten Magics. Sites and Ruins. Okay, you would know of. Ooh, which one? Mary. Which one will be interesting? You're from there, aren't you? Okay, so you would know of one known as the Tower to the Sky. You know that they say that once ponies worked together in a great gathering of some sort, bringing together the brightest minds to try and build or put something together to try and defy destiny and the gods themselves, and build even higher and discover more about magic than should be possible. But that's the gist of it. There was this tower to the sky, and the remains of it is somewhere within Everglow. No idea where. But that's one of the hidden things you know of.
Do you share that with the party, Metal?
Yeah. Yeah. But I like talked directly more to Wishman about it. It's I'd heard of a rumor about what was it called? Tower of the Sky, I believe it was.
Tower of the Sky.
She has a think. She probably won't.
Tower of the Sky or Tower to the Sky?
Tower to the Sky.
Okay.
Yeah, Tower to the Sky. Basically, God worshippers build it. It's to something about the gods to connect more. I don't know. I just know the play. What it's called.
She goes,
But it could be useful to check out. We might walk past it in our travels. Good thing to mention.
I mean, we might stumble across it, yes. I mean, like I said, there are loads of places within Everglow that obviously are waiting to be found. Just have to find them first.
Yes, we managed to find the Tower to a Goddess in the midst of a frozen forest.
Is it possible that this tower could be someplace high up?
We do have an airship, so there's a chance we'll find it.
Do we know if the tower exists on this plane? Because Everglow exists on multiple planes.
I would have thought anything which we know of would be on this plane. I mean, I suppose it might be on another plane, but then that just, I suppose, makes things harder.
Just as the Queen's Retreat exists, it's still outside of Everglow unless you go through the portal.
So there might be other portals that lead to other locations like that.
If so, if we could narrow down the location of a potential portal, I could find it.
And it could lead us to potential ways to purify. That's the word I'm looking for. Purify the heart.
Maybe. I mean, if you're looking for tall things, you've got you've got the tallest mountain in Everglow. That's tall.
Well, it'll be a start at least.
It would be a good place to hide that particular tower if it has been forgotten.
And your family is close to there. Milk?
No,
So,
the tallest mountain in Everglow is not in those mountains.
oh, okay, never mind then.
Would they be? Oh, this writing is so awful.
Yeah.
Is it north of Yisling or like west of Yisling? Is that the tallest
Yes, it
mountain?
is. It's within that area there. The tallest mountain would be somewhere here.
Okay, and that's Griffin territory.
No, that will be on the board. Well, technically, it used to be Griffin's territory until when the Empire occurred. Then the Griffin's territory kind of like would be along that kind of straight line just north of Yishang and sort of kind of a straight across there. So it'd be more like kind of like across there like that. It's somewhere within the mountain regions where the Griffin territory starts. Though things might have changed since then.
I'm gonna put a mark on it just as a point of interest for the time being.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Milk Thistle has the map open. What about over here at the Mountain of Heavens?
That's
Is
a
that a
possibility.
is that named after a legend or is it named to attract tourists?
Um, Wishful starts to think and will make a roll of knowledge local to see if she knows. As I jump back to the city map, which was probably a mistake to open a sheet. Knowledge local. She needs to add a d6 to this and make it blind and normal roll. Oh, so close. She goes, I'm not sure about the mountain in the sky. Um, I mean, there's probably a book here which we could probably find out on it. I mean, it's.
You know where else there might be a book? We can go to Silver Dreams. They have a vast library.
I mean, they might do, but the library here is the biggest in all of Everglow.
Yeah, maybe it's because I was. It's the library there is barred.
So,
I believe I
sorry.
believe Silver Dream is more interested in collecting and guarding arcane secrets, not necessarily history itself.
Is it possible this could be an arcane secret, though?
Potentially, but on the surface, I don't see why it would be. Because we're looking for ways to increase our divine power, correct?
I mean,
Correct.
that's what I discovered.
Right. Let's take some time to look through the Luminance Library while we're here. There's still many hours left in the day.
Certainly.
Well,
I mean, I can definitely point you in the right directions of where to look. And Metal Banana here has been fantastic with helping me with my research. I'm sure I'm sure she can help somebody.
though, while we do that, I think some of us who aren't as good as others in searching through books should probably walk around the city, do that thing that we discussed in the council.
Yes.
Hmm.
Wait. Oh, right, he wasn't there for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, especially you wrote that.
So yeah, Alexandrite will elaborate and say, bring hope to the people to counter sway some of the doomsayers.
Do you wish me to spread my men out to cover as much of the city as we can?
Unless your men are glowing, I don't think that they will do too much.
But
Fair.
still, I do believe a message of perseverance, looking after yourself and others, drawing on your own strength and not being weak to the rumors spread by unknowns. I believe it would do good for the people to hear this.
Right.
Wishful, may we count on you to continue research into these tall mountain peaks?
um, sure. It, is it just the one in the island to the east you just want me to look into?
That one specifically. Uh, The name could be representative of this tower in the sky, or it could just be a fanciful name to draw attention. But if you can find out the truth of that, it'd be appreciated.
Sure. I mean, it probably won't take too long. I mean, it's probably going to be fairly important.
And there's also Shimmer Peak. We don't know how tall that mountain is, do we?
Um, you guys been there?
Milk has not.
I have not.
I
No,
don't think any
no.
of us have.
That's your hometown. You have been there. It's right outside Bristol and it showed up again
Oh.
when Bristol showed up.
Yeah, Burns' hometown.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Um,
that is definitely a place.
But
to look
what you
into.
know of Shirin Peak is it would be classification of a mountain, but it's not like a massive one. What most people care about is the mountain itself tends to you tend to find a high volume of gems and sort of things in the mountain itself, so it actually has a lot of people trying to mine there. That's probably the key thing about Shimmering Peak.
Well, it's a good mine area. Oop, that was really fucking bad. Oops.
Interesting symbol.
I meant to go with an X, but it's like nope. Instead, it's an unknown fucking Pokemon.
That
Well,
Pokemon.
Alright. So I have Alex who's going to go wandering around the streets, try and bring hope back to the people.
And yeah, Alexander will come out of the library, like take off the cloak, go on his full display, like
Everyone runs away screaming as he's as he's on full display.
Oh my.
Um, so, if people could tell me what they want to try and research in the library, I can tell you what knowledges you can roll. And again, as I said, somebody can assist somebody else in the library, even if you don't have the skill normally. The library itself, if you do have the skill, gives you a +10 bonus.
Well, Bert is gonna go and patrol the streets as well.
So you're going out with your people, splitting them up to try and find the doomsayers.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got spreading hope, doomsayers, and wishful pen's going to look up the mountain in the sky, or mountain of the heavens.
Milk will go to the All Seasons Temple. We do have the diamond resources to cure Alexandrite, so he's gonna get to one of the temples and request someone have greater restoration prepared.
You would probably have one of the high priests who would have that spell ready.
Milk Thistle, being in kind of a humor, he would go to the Unspoken Temple, and he would request to speak to the High Priest.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The high priest would come out and offer a hoof for you to shake.
Milk
Can
Thistle,
I say?
Oh, yeah.
what's up?
Before you leave, I just wanted to say, like, who are these Doomslayers?
Would you like to travel with me? I can explain it to you. Or you can remain here and assist Wishful.
Well, is it a threat to the commoners?
Absolutely.
Okay, Wishful, I'm afraid I have to leave here. This sounds more important.
Okay. No worries.
So Milk Thistle, while he's walking alongside Metal Banana, before he gets to the temple, he would actually drop his hood, and he would walk out with his face exposed. So Metal Banana and Milk are, walking side by side. And as we're passing by the common folk who, seem intimidated or, just, wonderfully wild-eyed,
Yeah.
Milk Thistle would extend a profane blessing to them. It's like, Nightmare, keep your mind and emotions sharp. Be prepared. Just giving little, in fluctuations like that as he, acknowledges people as he walks past them.
No, that's fine. It will make your
I just
get getting to the temple a little slower, but that's fine.
But
yeah,
and
yeah.
the, oh,
I just like imagine, and as you doing that, Metsu behind you, just like rolls the eyes, like oh god, crap.
well, every time you try to move behind Milk Thistle would slow down to walk beside you. So that's probably what's taking us so long to get there.
It's
That's
like
so
a
accurate.
it's like a buddy cop movie.
Yeah, the passive aggressiveness of the atheist and the priest.
But in between the greetings to the people, Milk Thistle would explain what the Doomsayers are, and they are scaremongers who are attempting to spread a false message from the prophet Shisha. Shisha is a devoted follower to the Stag Lord, and he's whispering these little tidbits into her ears, so that way no one else is hearing them. And he explains the demon is giving these people a choice to, give up a loved one or face destruction. And while most of the citizens here are turning these rumors away, some of them are beginning to internalize their fear in an unhealthy manner, and they're discussing amongst themselves who they should be giving up. And because of this irrational fear, the citizens are spreading this message themselves beyond the doomsayers. So it's imperative that we find these doomsayers and put a stop to their rumors immediately. In the meantime, and then he'll, look to another group that passes them by. Nightmare, keep your mind strong, and keep your wits about you. But in the meantime, our presence here, with our divine influence, we can bring hope to these people.
Do you say it to me directly about it?
Yeah, now that the whispering is done, Milk Thistle picks his tone back up, and he'll say that out loud.
Okay. Can you repeat what you said? I wasn't listening. Sorry.
I said that in the while the rumors are being spread, we as a divine influence can improve the attitudes of the people and help to keep their spirits up.
So basically, the more public you guys are, the more counter you are going to be to whatever they do.
If if that's the best course of action, then I shall help.
And then Milk would continue making his way to the All Seasons Temple.
Okie dokie. So, Alex is going around and being all noticeable. Burn is going around trying to hunt doomsayers. You two are going to the All Seasons Temple to try and get Alex healing. Wishful's researching. Okay. So, Milk Thistle, you're going to the Unspoken Ones temple wing.
He just said B or B.
Oh, did he? Okay, cool. Burnt then.
Remain.
You are going to basically just go around, try exploring and what have you. So, you get to roll 1d100 for this.
Alrighty, tidy. One moment.
Um,
Alright. I'm guessing this is blind.
no, you don't have to make it blind.
Alright.
Because you're either going to find something or you don't. That's actually enough to get you a positive thing. Not positive in you find a doomsayer, but a positive thing within the city, which is probably going to be something to do with people liking you a lot. But let me just check. can't remember what I got set up for positive stuff in the city. Where did I put that information? 'Cause I did not have it ready. Dungeons, things. Oh, here we go. Open. Settlements. Yeah, I don't need that. Not doing that. That. Other loads of encounters, which I don't want. So it will be here. Okay. Okay, so you find one of these things. Alright, roll me a D100 again.
Alright. Okay. There we go.
It's like golf, right? That's good.
Yeah.
Not quite. I mean, basically, as you're walking through on probably some of the more, you're probably in one of the merchant areas, but you're going through one of the more back alleyways and stuff. Basically, you just come across a six-headed, gargoyled fountain.
Hey.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
it is a I mean, you rolled 92, so you come across a more unique sort of feature. So it's just sort of an iconic point that stands out, and you can use it as a point of reference to say, "Oh, meet at this statue" type of thing.
Alright, so it was a gargoyle Antian statue?
No, it's a six-headed gargoyle fountain.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I'll just put fountain in the thing. Let me find it. Here it is. I see
Merchant
it.
district.
Yeah. All right, merchant district, fountain.
Yeah, I mean, not everything you get in random encounters will be like super exciting.
Yeah. I mean, it's still good to have in notes either way.
Yeah. Well, now if you ever hear anyone whispered about going to the six-headed gargoyle statue, you know where it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow, a
Wow.
six-headed gargoyle.
Mm.
Wow. I mean, it's better than like nothing. Yeah. So as he as he finds out, he's gonna like look at it for a moment, and in his mind, he's like, "Okay, who made this? This is kind of creative."
Yeah. But it does mean you're not going to come across any doomsayers in your particular time as you explore. At least you individually.
Fair enough.
I'm going to do Wishful Pen's quick knowledge check for finding stuff out. No, not planes. We're going to go with, it'll be local because it's to do with those. So you get to add that. And we'll add the +10 in as well. She could add, no, let's just roll, it's more fun. Cool, so she'll find that information fairly quick. Milkthistle, you're going to the Unspoken Temple.
Yes.
With Metal Banana. So you ask to speak to High Priest. They will get the High Priest. They're wearing very odd colours and stuff and a hat. And they will come out, hold out a hoof for you to shake.
Milkthistle will politely bow, and then he'll shake the hoof.
You get electrocuted as you shake his hoof. It is harmless, but you are still, your hair kind of stands on end a bit because of it.
His like beard still is all spiky.
Yeah.
Um, he then goes to hold out a hoof to you, Metal Banana.
Yeah, no. After that, I just like politely put down the hoof.
Yeah. He gives a nod
Yeah.
and then goes, you wish to see me?
Yes. My companion, Alexandrite, Paladin of the Sun Queen. I'm certain you've heard of him.
Does he glow like you? Oh no, wait, yeah, he was at the meeting. Of course, I have met him personally.
Well, he has unfortunately come under an ailment that requires greater restoration. We have the resources necessary, but we need a high level cleric who's capable of casting the spell.
Oh,
I came
certainly.
here to of you.
Oh, we can definitely help him. He needs to come in a funny hat, as well as flippers and a snorkel.
Funny hat, slippers, and snorkel.
Yep.
Oh god. I was almost gonna ask if this particular uh, cleric was wearing a tinfoil hat too.
No, they're not. They're not crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they're random, not crazy.
Ah, it's E-L. I was misspelling
Uh,
snorkel.
Sounds like my friends in real life.
And we can get that sorted.
Excellent. And, High Priest, I'm curious. Have you been made aware of the rumor mongers that are spreading lies and false damnation to the people of this city?
Oh yes, it's come to our attention. It has been something picked up that some of our followers are talking about, and we've reassured those that have. Well, we haven't. They don't. They've not come to us for advice, at least not yet. But those that have, and they've gone to various other places and have been spoken to, reassured, and given a nice biscuit and a cup of tea. I'm sure.
I wanted to request your aid in this. The people of this city need reassurance and perhaps even a distraction from time to time, some mirth. While I do believe order and purpose is the most valuable way to guard against distractions such as that, it is it is for the sake of these people.
Oh, we are certainly returning back to. He goes normal. Ugh. But the temple's reopened and we are getting into the swing of things. So fear not. We we are on those cases. And he goes to the altar, pulls out a case, and then stands on it. See,
I see.
excellent. Now he gives you the case. There you go. Now stand on it.
Milk Thistle's gonna roll sense motive. Or you know what? No, not sense motive. I'm pretty sure this is a gag. But I will roll perception to determine if this is a spring-loaded box.
Okay. It does not appear to be a spring-loaded box.
All right. Milk Thistle will step up on it.
Excellent. You're already on the case.
That I am.
I mean, that was literally the whole reason, so you could say that.
These jokes are killing me.
Milk will
These
step
are the jokes, people.
Milk steps down. He's like, Metal Banana, you're compassionate about the well-being of the innocent. Would you like to get on the case?
Yes.
Excellent. He gestures towards the case on the floor for you to stand on it. Do
Do you
do,
stand?
do you get on the case?
Uh, Not that kind of case, she says.
How unimaginative of you.
Metal Banana, these are your people. Remember your cutie mark.
My cutie mark means something completely different.
Regardless, I will return with Alexandrite and I will make sure he has all the necessary supplies.
Excellent.
Right. Will the spell be prepared today or should we return tomorrow?
Oh no, we've got it ready today.
Excellent. Thank you, High Priest. And Milkthistle will bow and leave the temple.
I just like nod to the priest and leave.
You hear him do something. It sounds like he's casting a simple spell, and then he calls out, "Tell your friend they've got something in their mane."
Roll and spellcraft on the spell.
Prestidigitation.
I looked at Metal Banana's mane.
They're now got bright pink mane and tail.
Oh god.
Hey, what the?
I don't know if that's a good color for you.
Hey, what the? Oh, son of a! It cuts there.
This is what happens when you don't play along.
Alright, so as Milkthistle and Metal Banana are walking through the temple, about to head back outside. Metal Banana, may we speak on the divine?
Specifically, which one? The one we met at the temple, or the one and you worship, or this divine in general?
Divine in general.
Okay.
Do you not truly believe in the gods, or do you just refuse to acknowledge them?
That is a personal question.
I understand, but I would
But-
like to know.
But you guys did save me, so I will allow you to have each of you to ask one personal question. Are you sure you want this one to be your question?
Yes, I'm certain.
All right. Then I'll do the best. I'll give you the answer the best of my ability. My father told me a story. There was a paladin who was on his daily patrol in the city, and he sees a murder happen right in front of him, and he chases down the murderer back to his family, and yeah, the murderer begs for the paladin to spare him, and because he did it. It's because if he didn't kill, he would have lost his family forever. And the paladin wanted to spare this guy, but in doing so, he would break his oath. In the end, and he took the guy in, and the guy, the pony, well, he was publicly executed. And a year later, his family died, and the paladin left his deity's worship. Do you know? Do you know the meaning of the story?
I believe I do, but I'd like to hear your wisdom.
My father told me this when I said I was thinking of being a paladin for the moon queen, since back then I was thinking about it, but after he told me that story, he told me a foreign deity, it means restrictions, and not everything you do is for the best. and that's part of the reason why I'm loyal to my order. They believe in what they believe in, and I follow them with undying loyalty, just like you follow your deity. My my order might not be a god or all powerful, oh, but they're like family to me, and I like to do everything I can for my family.
That is certainly admirable of you. And it did answer a most important question that you do acknowledge and believe in the gods, you simply choose not to follow them.
Once and thought that way, I I don't anymore.
If you'll grant me another question, be it not too personal, which god did your father follow as a paladin?
My father was never a paladin.
Your father simply told you the story of a paladin, yes?
Yes,
I see. Did he mention what faith the paladin followed?
I he didn't mention that. I would assume it was the Sun Queen, since it sounds similar.
Hmm. Not to disparage your father or the story he told, but even though there are restrictions placed on those who are a follower of a faith, there is still discretion allowed. Oftentimes, the gods are there to guide us in finding our way. It's not always a strict dogma, except for a select few. The nightmare, for example, requires you to rely on your own strength. And there are other tenets of her faith, such as understanding fear and power and utilizing them. But just because we follow a strict dogma does not mean we are unkind. One of the most valuable lessons I've learned in following the nightmare is do not kill what you can control. This paladin, if he had the ability to gain control of this murderer and use him to his own ends, then good could
He
come from that.
he he would have broke his oath though.
Mm. And who's to say he did anything wrong by turning the murderer in? The murderer committed a heinous crime and needed to
That
pay the
wasn't
price for the law that he broke.
that wasn't the point of the story.
Is the point of the story simply to say that religion requires too many restrictions upon you to where you cannot do the right thing?
If the paladin was not a paladin, he could have used who's the murderer to find out who's a person threatening in them, and that way, they'll get justice for the victim and the family.
Hmm.
But that wasn't the case.
Then the paladin should have.
He
And
would have he
if the tenets of his faith restricted him so, he was right to leave because he worshipped an inferior god. To place such restrictions on your followers to where you cannot trust them to make judgments such as that.
And you're saying your god, it is superior.
Of course, I've seen
Let me
her.
tell you. Let me tell you something. What I think of the nightmare, I don't like. She might I'd see strength, but she despises his weaklings, and the commoners are weak. But I protect them because they need me, not because I want to, because they need me.
Allow me to offer some perspective. The nightmare despises weakness. This is true. But there is nothing wrong with being weak. Staying weak is. If a commoner allows themselves to become stagnant and refuses to grow in mind and body, and relies on others entirely for their sustenance and their protection, then they're to be cast out and destroyed. Because ultimately it will not be the command of the nightmare that kills them, it will be their own negligence that will see their own destruction. You wish to protect those who are weak.
And
A
that's
follower of the
why
night, a follower of the nightmare would strengthen those who are weak so that they can rely upon themselves and eventually become so strong that they could strengthen others even weaker than them. That is the strength that is valued. Constant growth and never being satisfied with the limitations you have. That is what it
that's
means to be a follower of the nightmare.
and that's why I despise her. Because most commoners do this thing that way. We can't change a pony. We can just sit back and wait. Eight. And plus, commoners are busier than they look.
Commoners are busy. They raise families, they produce goods, they grow food, they work very hard for minimal accomplishment, but they can still be strong. They can do their part, they can know their station, and if they have ambition, they can grow past what they are. There are many.
And
Go ahead.
and yet they don't have the time. I'm to do so. Oh,
Well, peasants' day is not fully taken up with mere labor. There is leisure time, and how that time is spent determines how they will grow. If they take what earnings they have and decide to be a drunkard who stumbles into a nearby gutter and wakes up late for work, then that is their station and they will not grow past that. But a peasant who takes the time to learn to read, to aid their community, to provide more resources for their family so that their family grows stronger, they will grow past their station. There are many lords and ladies, many generals who may have been born peasants but rose past their station because they saw an opportunity and they seized upon it. They did not let the circumstances of their life prevent them from becoming great. They sought it out and they seized it. And it was not given to them, they had to earn it.
well, most peasants just want to live a quiet, simple life. I've, I've just raise a family, work, and just live a quiet and happy life without being disturbed. My order makes sure that happens. And from what peasants I saved in the past, as their they're happy because I helped, and that's
They are.
something. My order doesn't care what the peasants do. Just that we care for them to live a quiet, its life, what they wish to live. Some may not wish to become scholars or generals or soldiers. A simple passion is just quietness, peaceful. Oh, have a family. Eh, Not everyone, not every desire has to be big. Not at at every passion and should be hard to get. It's that's the way it is.
I can see where you stand on the matter. Not everyone is destined to greatness, and not everyone will achieve it, no matter how hard they try. But to live a life of comfort is only provided because others are willing to take the risks on their behalf.
We and we make sure or they and we make sure to help them and even become one of our new soldiers.
But the unfortunate reality of this scenario is that those who rely on the protection of others will find a time when it is not available to them, and they will have to rely on their own strength. And if they have not built themselves up in preparedness, they will fall. And that is the life they've chosen: mediocrity and death. I personally do not find that something worth defending, but I do care for the people of this city, and I do want this kingdom to grow and unify. We, and he points to Metal Banana and then back to himself, we need to show them the strength and leadership that they require, to set an example to them, to let them know that it is not necessary to be weak and bored in their life, that they can grow past what they are now. Because many changes are coming this way, and they will be happening quickly. And there is a danger looming over this entire land that will see everything destroyed unless we stop it. And we will need as much strength as we can muster. And it starts all the way down to the lowly peasant.
Only only to those who are willing. To ones I'm to ones that don't want any part. I will not force. That's I'm clear on.
Then I would encourage you to be the shining example they need. Show them through leadership, through kindness, through action, and through ferocity that their life is worth living and that they need not remain stagnant, because in
Just
stagnation, death.
just like I keep in mind, I am only doing this is is because the enemy is using manipulation, a dirty but effective trick. But once that threat is neutralized or imprisoned, and and I'll stop. Understand that. I won't always be the beacon in this party needs.
Well, in that case, while you are here traveling with us, I count you as a companion. And I will leave.
And and I see you as a companion.
And I will endeavor to set an example for you to follow. You will not be forced to. but I do hope that you can find inspiration in my actions and my words.
It is something to think about. But
And Milk Thistle will take a step back and bow to you. We rise as one. Now then, we have some items to gather for Alexandrite, and then we must find Alexandrite himself for the ritual tonight. Will you be in attendance?
I got nothing else to do, so might as well.
You literally get to wear him see him in a funny hat, flippers, and a snorkel. So why not?
Oh man, I wish cameras were invented in era. That way it could just be like, hey, give me a picture. Snap. Here's a picture. You'll never see this in 100.
Quickly get a sketch artist.
I think I might be able to find an artist who can make this happen. I've got a couple of people in mind.
Anyway,
If like only we had a griffin here.
All right. I think we probably will stop here. So
Yeah, what a campaign, what a session.
yes,
This is
some
fun.
politics and then silliness. It's always good.
I mean, hey, it's a good way to detox.
But the politics has earned some group XP. Everyone
because-
does earn 400 XP.
We're still short. God bless America.
God damn it!
God.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Um,
So close. We only need like 500 more.
Quick,
well,
let's find some sewer rats and just step on them. That'll give us the rest of
well,
it.
I mean, if you come across some doomsayers, then that will get your XP.
Yeah, I was going to go speak to Lightning and Katrina. See if I can rat any of it out.
Well, Lightning's had her handicap lifted off her now because the Doppels were purposely sabotaging her underground gang so they couldn't do anything useful.
Woo.
So you've lifted that handicap.
Is that enough for some EXP?
That was part of the XP.
Okay.
But technically, undoing somebody's own somebody who's inflicted it upon themselves, I probably wouldn't reward them too much for that.
Alright, so next session we're gonna get Alexandrite's age thing lifted off of him.
Yep.
And probably hunt around for some doomsayers and then find out from Wishful Pin if she found any more solid leads in regards of where we need to go.
Well, she can definitely tell. Oh, I mean, she found out probably within about 20 minutes of you guys leaving about the city, so she has thrown herself into other research.
So it was what, 400 XP?
Yes, 400.
Would you list that for us in the chat?
Oh yeah, sure. I normally do 400 XP.
550.
Wishful said it.
Oh man, we're just a horse's hair away.
Yeah, I know.
I've never wanted to eat a hat so much in my life because it's like, we're so close to level 10.
Just 476. Oh wait, no, 46 away.
So what I'm hearing is I need to give you what's it 475 XP then. Next.
No, that was my bad. 446, my bad.
So 445 XP is what I should give you next.
Yeah, just enough so it's like, we're one away.
And for that
Yeah.
single experience point, all we have to do is just, oh, hey,
The
look,
kids move.
it's a
one
really
away.
nice, cockroach swarm. Stomp.
Yeah. But yeah, she already found out the information to do with the island and has moved on to other research. So
Good.
she may have more information upon your return.
Oh, should I do a roll to give hope?
Technically, it's diplomacy because I assume you're going to be like being nice and friendly and talking to people, waving,
Yeah.
kissing babies, all that stuff.
I actually did have a bit of a speech kind of forming in my head, but I could just do a roll.
Yeah, I mean, diplomacy is going to get the sort of overall how well you go and you don't knock over anybody's cart of cabbages. So it gives that sort of.
Yeah,
Is this going to be a blind one?
No, you can make it public.
All right.
Yeah,
If it's in that one, I'm going to use my once per day re-roll.
Yeah.
You don't want to tip over the cabbage cart and have the guy go, why cabbages?
I'm going to use a surge, but also.
Yep, you can use a surge.
Not down my rolls.
Pretty good.
There we go.
Add a 5 to it. Cool. I mean, you're getting some miscellaneous bonuses because you're freaking glowing. But yeah, I mean, you're going around. You're doing good work, and you're definitely making yourself obvious, standing out, and I mean, you don't know the full effects you're going to have at the moment, but you believe you're doing well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doing Shakespeare in the Park.
Mm.
I was actually thinking about showing off what the armor could do with the fire thing, like just to draw attention.
You're in a city. Unless you want to set everybody on fire, I wouldn't do that.
Well, that's what I was doing in the park, but as long as everyone's like, not 15 feet in between me. But yeah, I don't think I will.
I mean, we don't need this city being lit on flame by rock and roll here.
I mean, you'll probably set the grass on
Oh.
fire. That'll be about it.
So, how exactly did you break your oath?
Well, I showed off my armor, and then everybody catched on fire, and then died, and then the city burned down.
Don't worry, Alexandrite. When you break your oath, you can come to Milk Thistle. He'll help you do an atonement.
But anyway, we will stop here, and you guys will find out what any Wishful Pens found out any additional stuff. But she'll go on her own initiative, which might not necessarily mean she comes up with too much. Because remember, she doesn't have much world experience. She only has really sort of in-book experience, so she won't think about things what you guys might think of.
Hey, by the way, do you guys want to see the armor?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well.
Sorry, Discord cut out like right after I said it, so I was like, hello?
It's okay.
Well, before you do,
I take it as a yes, but
what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream here, though. So we'll say goodbye to.
Happy to Dan. Thank you for joining
Bye.
me.
Have a great day.
Goodbye.
Bye, everyone.
Alright. And there's my armor.
Oh.